45. Tokov also fought for the human rights of all anti-communists. In our view, there was no more urgent and important matter for the USSR than the struggle for the human rights of the individual. 15. Multipartyism and the division of the USSR into independent republics were two essential points of the conspirators' program. Tokov's group, the majority of whose members seemed to have been nationalists from the Caucasus region, expressed his support for Yanukovych's plan, which aimed at destroying Stalinism, root and branch, and replacing Stalin's reactionary USSR by a free union of free peoples. The country was to be divided into 10 natural regions: the North Caucasian United States, the Ukraine Democratic Republic, the Moscow Democratic Republic, the Siberian Democratic Republic, etc. 21. While preparing in 1939 a plan to overthrow Stalin's government, Tokov's group was ready to seek outside support, particularly from the parties of the Second International. A new constituent assembly would be elected, and its first measure would be to terminate one-party rule. 160. Tokov's clandestine group was clearly engaged in a struggle to the end with the party leadership. In the summer of 1935, we of the opposition, whether army or civilian, fully realized that we had entered a life-or-death struggle. 17. Finally, Tokov considered Britain the freest and most democratic country in the world. 189. After World War II, my friends and one had become great admirers of the United States. 274. Astoundingly, this is, almost point by point, Gorbachev's program. Starting in 1985, the ideas that were being defended in 1931 to 1941 by clandestine anti-communist organizations resurfaced at the head of the party. Gorbachev denounced the division of the world between socialism and capitalism and converted himself to universal values. The rapprochement with social democracy was initiated by Gorbachev in 1986. Multipartyism became reality in the USSR in 1989. Yeltsin just reminded French Prime Minister Chirac that the February Revolution brought democratic hope to Russia. The transformation of the reactionary USSR into a union of free republics has been achieved. But in 1935, when Tokov was fighting for the program applied 50 years later by Gorbachev, he was fully conscious that he was engaged in a struggle to the end with the Bolshevik leadership. And the summer of 1935. We of the opposition, whether army or civilian, fully realized that we had entered a life-or-death struggle. 17. Who belonged to Tokov's clandestine group? They were mostly Red Army officers, often young officers coming out of military academies. His leader, Comrade X-, the real name is never given - was a member of the Central Committee during the 30s and 40s. Riz, lieutenant captain in the Navy, was the head of the clandestine movement in the Black Sea Flotilla. Expelled from the party 4 times, he was reintegrated 4 times. 6. Generals Ossipyan, deputy head of the political administration of the armed forces, and Alksnis were among the main leaders of the clandestine organization. They were all close to General Kashirin. All 3 were arrested and executed during the Takaevsky affair. 118. A few more names. Lieutenant Colonel Guy, killed in 1936 in an armed confrontation with the police. 22. Colonel Kozmodomyansky, who had made heroic but untimely attempts to shake off the Stalin oligarchy. 215. Colonel General Tatarsky, chief of the Zhukovsky Academy, and Smolensky, divisional commissar, deputy chief of the academy, responsible for political affairs. 28. In Ukraine, the group supported Nikolai Generalov, whom Tokov met in 1931 during a clandestine meeting in Moscow, and Lentzer. The 2 were arrested in Dnipropetrovsk in 1936. 9. 47. Katya Okman, the daughter of an old Bolshevik, entered into conflict with the party at the beginning of the revolution, and Klava Yuryamenko, Ukrainian widow of a naval aviation officer at Sebastopol, assured links throughout the country. During the purge of the Bukharin group, right deviationist, and that of Marshal Tkakhevsky, most of Tokov's group was arrested and shot. Circles close to Comrade X had been almost completely wiped out. Most of them had been arrested in connection with the right-wing deviationists. 84. Our situation, wrote Tokov, had become tragic. One of the cadres, Belinsky, remarked that we had made a mistake in believing that Stalin was an incapable who would never be able to achieve industrialization and cultural development. Riz replied that he was wrong, that it was a struggle between generations and that the after Stalin had to be prepared. 74-75. Despite having an anti-communist platform, Tokov's clandestine organization maintained close links with reformist communist factions within the party. In June 1935, Tokov was sent to the south. He made a few comments about Yanukovych and Chabaldayev, two Stalinist Bolsheviks, commonly considered as typical victims of Stalin's arbitrariness. One of my tasks was to try to ward off an attack against a number of Sea of Azov, Black Sea and North Caucasian opposition leaders, the chief of whom was B.P. Chabaldayev, first secretary of the regional committee of the party and a member of the central committee itself. Not that our movement was completely at one with the Chabaldayev-Yanukovych group, but we knew what they were doing and Comrade X considered it our revolutionary duty to help them at a critical moment. We disagreed on details, but these were nevertheless brave and honorable men, who had many a time saved members of our group, and who had a considerable chance of success. 6. In 1935, my personal contacts made it possible for me to get at certain top-secret files belonging to the party's central office and relating to Abu Yanukovych and his group. The papers would help us to find out just how much the Stalinists knew about all those working against them. Yanukovych was a committed communist of the right wing. The open conflict between Stalin and Yanukovych really dated from the law of December 1, 1934, which followed immediately on the assassination of Kirov. 17-18. Yanukovych tolerated, under him a handful of men who were technically efficient and useful to the community but who were anti-communists. 20. Yanukovych was placed under house arrest in mid-1935. Lieutenant Colonel Guy, a leader of Tokov's organization, organized his escape. At Rostov-on-Don, they held a conference with Chabaldayev, first secretary of the regional committee for Sea of Azov and Black Sea, with Pivovarov, the president of the Soviet of the region, and with Larin, the prime minister. Then Yanukovych and Guy continued to the south, but they were ambushed by the NKVD near Baku. Guy shot 2 men, but was himself killed. 22. Tokov's opposition group also had links with Bukharin's group, see page. Tokov claimed that his group maintained close contact with another faction at the head of the party, that of the chief of security, Yagoda. He knew the power of NKVD bosses Yagoda or Beria, in their roles not of servants, but of enemies of the regime. 7. Tokov wrote that Yagoda protected many of their men who were in danger. When Yagoda was arrested, all the links that Tokov's group had with the leadership of state security were broken. For their clandestine movement, this was a tremendous loss. The NKVD, now headed by Yezhov, took another step forward. The Little Politburo had penetrated the Yanukovych-Chabaldayev and the Yagoda-Zelensky conspiracies, and broken through the opposition's links within the central institutions of the political police. Yagoda was removed from the NKVD, and we lost a strong link in our opposition intelligence service. 63. What were the intentions, the projects, and the activities of Tokov's group? Well before 1934, wrote Tokov, our group had planned to assassinate Kirov and Kalinin, the president of the Soviet Union. Finally, it was another group that assassinated Kirov, a group with which we were in contact. 2. In 1934 there was a plot to start a revolution by arresting the whole of the Stalinist PAK 17th Congress of the party. 37. A comrade from the group, Klava Yuryamenko, proposed in mid-1936 to kill Stalin. She knew officers of Stalin's bodyguard. Comrade X had refused, and pointed out that there had already been no less than 15 attempts to assassinate Stalin, none had got near to success, each had cost many brave lives. 48-49. In August, 1936. My own conclusion was that the time for delay was past. We must make immediate preparations for an armed uprising. I was sure then, as I am today, that if Comrade X had chosen to send out a call to arms, he would have been joined at once by many of the big men of the USSR. In 1936, Alksnis, Yegorov, Ossipyan and Kashirin would have joined him. 48. Note that all these generals were executed after the Tukhachevsky conspiracy. Tokov thought that they had in 1936 sufficiently many men in the army to succeed in a coup d'état, which, Bukharin still being alive, would have had support from the peasantry. One of our pilots, recalled Tokov, submitted to Comrade X and to Alksnis and Ossipyan his plan to bomb the Lenin Mausoleum and the Politburo. 34. On November 20, 1936, in Moscow, Comrade X, during a clandestine meeting of 5 members, proposed to Demokratov to assassinate Yezhov during the 8th Extraordinary Congress of the Soviets. 64. In April, 1939, we held a Congress of underground oppositionist leaders to review the position at home and abroad. Apart from revolutionary Democrats, there were present 2 socialists and 2 right-wing military oppositionists, one of whom called himself a popular Democrat decentralist. We passed a resolution for the first time defining Stalinism as counter-revolutionary fascism, a betrayal of the working class. The resolution was immediately communicated to prominent personalities of both party and government, and similar conferences were organized in other centers. We went to assess the chances of an armed uprising against Stalin. 156. Note that the theme was shared in the 30s by Soviet military conspirators, Trotskyists, Social Democrats, and the Western Catholic right wing. Soon after, Tokov was discussing with Smolensky, a clandestine name for a leading officer of the Leningrad district, the possibility of an attempt against Zdanov. 156-157. Still in 1939, on the eve of the war, there was another meeting, where the conspirators discussed the question of assassinating Stalin in the case of war. They decided it was inopportune because they no longer had enough men to run the country and because the masses would not have followed them. 159-160. When war broke out, the party leadership proposed to Tokov, who spoke German, to lead the partisan war behind the Nazi lines. The partisans, of course, were subject to terrible risks. At the time, Comrade X decided that Tokov could not accept. We were, as far as we could, to remain in the main centers, to be ready to take over power if the Stalin regime broke down. 183. Comrade X was convinced that it was touch and go for Stalin. The pity of it was that we could not see Hitler as the liberator. Therefore, said Comrade X, we must be prepared for Stalin's regime to collapse, but we should do nothing whatever to weaken it. This point was discussed during a clandestine meeting on July 5, 1941. 188. After the war, in 1947, Tokov was in charge of discussions with the German professor Tank, who specialized in aeronautics, in order to persuade him to come work in the Soviet Union. Tank was indeed prepared to work on a jet fighter for the USSR. I discussed the matter with a number of key men. We agreed that while it was wrong to assume that Soviet aircraft designers could not design a jet bomber, it was not in the interests of the country that they should. The USSR as we saw it was not really threatened by external enemies, therefore our own efforts must be directed towards weakening, not strengthening, the Soviet monopolistic imperialism in the hope of thus making a democratic revolution possible. 352. Tokov recognized here that economic sabotage was a political form of struggle for power. These examples give an idea of the conspiratorial nature of a clandestine military group, hidden within the Bolshevik Party, whose survivors would see their ideals recognized with the arrival in power of Khrushchev, and implemented under Gorbachev. The 1937–1938 Purge. The actual purge was decided upon after the revelation of the Tukhachevsky military conspiracy. The discovery of such a plot at the head of the Red Army, a plot that had links with opportunist factions within the party, provoked a complete panic. The Bolshevik Party's strategy assumed that war with fascism was inevitable. Given that some of the most important figures in the Red Army and some of the leading figures in the party were secretly collaborating on plans for a coup d'état showed how important the interior danger and its links with the external menace were. Stalin was extremely lucid and perfectly conscious that the confrontation between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union would cost millions of Soviet lives. The decision to physically eliminate the fifth column was not the sign of a dictator's paranoia, as Nazi propaganda claimed. Rather, it showed the determination of Stalin and the Bolshevik Party to confront fascism in a struggle to the end. By exterminating the fifth column, Stalin thought about saving several million Soviet lives, which would be the extra cost to pay should external aggression be able to profit from sabotage, provocation, or internal treason. In the previous chapter, we saw that the campaign waged against bureaucracy in the party, especially at the intermediate levels, was amplified in 1937. During this campaign, Yaroslavsky harshly attacked the bureaucratic apparatus. He claimed that in Sverdlovsk, half of the members of the presidiums of governmental institutions were co-opted. The Moscow Soviet only met once a year. Some leaders did not even know by sight their subordinates. Yaroslavsky stated, "This party apparat, which should be helping the party, not infrequently puts itself between the party masses and the party leaders, and still further increases the alienation of the leaders from the masses." 137. Getty wrote. He center was trying to unleash criticism of the middle-level apparat by the rank-and-file activists. Without official sanction and pressure from above, it would have been impossible for the rank-and-file, on their own, to organize and sustain such a movement against their immediate superiors. 155. The bureaucratic and arbitrary attitude of the men in the provincial apparatuses was reinforced by the fact that the latter had a virtual monopoly on administrative experience. The Bolshevik leadership encouraged the base to struggle against these bureaucratic and bourgeois tendencies. Getty wrote, "Populist control from below was not naive, rather, it was a vain but sincere attempt to use the rank and file to break open the closed regional machines." 162. In the beginning of 1937, a satrap like Rumiantsev, who ran the Western region, a territory as large as a Western European country, could not be dethroned by criticism from the base. He was expelled from above, for having been linked to a military plot, as a collaborator of Uberevich. The two radical currents of the 1930s had converged in July 1937, and the resulting turbulence destroyed the bureaucracy. Zdanov's party revival campaign and Ezhov's hunt for enemies fused to create a chaotic populist terror that now swept the party. Anti-bureaucratic populism and police terror destroyed the offices as well as the office holders. Radicalism had turned the political machine inside out and destroyed the party bureaucracy. 170–171. The struggle against Nazi infiltration and against the military conspiracy therefore fused with the struggle against bureaucracy and feudal fiefs. There was a revolutionary purge from below and from above. The purge started with a Cotter decision, signed on July 2, 1937 by Stalin and Molotov. Yezhov then signed the execution orders condemning to death 75,950 individuals whose irreconcilable hostility to the Soviet regime was known: common criminals, kulaks, counter-revolutionaries, spies, and anti-Soviet elements. The cases had to be examined by a troika including the party secretary, the president of the local Soviet and the chief of the NKVD. But starting in September 1937, the leaders of the purge at the regional level and the leadership's special envoys were already introducing demands to increase the quota of anti-Soviet elements to be executed. The purge was often characterized by inefficiency and anarchy. On the verge of being arrested by the NKVD in Minsk, Colonel Kutzner took the train to Moscow, where he became professor at the Frunze Academy. Getty cited testimony by Grigorenko and Ginsburg, two of Stalin's adversaries. A person who felt that his arrest was imminent could go to another town and, as a rule, avoid being arrested. 178. Regional party secretaries tried to show their vigilance by denouncing and expelling a large number of lower cadres and ordinary members. Opponents hiding within the party led conspiracies to expel the greatest possible number of loyal communist cadres. About this question, one opponent testified, "We endeavored to expel as many people from the party as possible. We expelled people when there were no grounds for expulsion, sick. We had one aim in view: to increase the number of embittered people and thus increase the number of our allies." 177. To lead a giant, complex country, still trying to catch up on its backwardness, was an extremely difficult task. In many strategic domains, Stalin concentrated on elaborating general guidelines. He then gave the task to be effected to one of his adjuncts. To put into application the guidelines on the purge, he replaced the liberal Yagoda, who had toyed with some of the opponents. Plots, by Yezhov, an old Bolshevik of worker origin. But only 3 months after the beginning of the purge led by Yezhov, there were already signs that Stalin was not satisfied by the way the operation was being carried out. In October, Stalin intervened to affirm that the economic leaders were trustworthy. In December 1937, the 20th anniversary of the NKVD was celebrated. A cult of the NKVD, the vanguard of party and revolution, had been developing for some time in the press. Stalin did not even wait for the next central meeting. At the end of December, 3 deputy commissars of the NKVD were fired. 185. In January 1938, the Central Committee published a resolution on how the purge was taking place. It reaffirmed the necessity of vigilance and repression against enemies and spies. But it most criticized the false vigilance of some party secretaries who were attacking the base to protect their own position. It starts as follows. The VKP-B Central Committee Plenum considers it necessary to direct the attention of party organizations and their leaders to the fact that while carrying out their major effort to purge their ranks of Trotskyitist agents of fascism, they are committing serious errors and perversions which interfere with the business of purging the party of double dealers, spies, and wreckers. Despite the frequent directives and warnings of the VKP-B Central Committee, in many cases the party organizations adopt a completely incorrect approach and expel communists from the party in a criminally frivolous way. On errors of party organizations in expelling communists from the party, on formal bureaucratic attitudes toward the appeals of those expelled from the VKP-B, and on measures to eliminate these shortcomings, January 18, 1938. McNeil, OPCIT. p. 188. The resolution shows 2 major organizational and political problems that made the purge deviate from its aims: the presence of communists who were only concerned about their careers, and the presence, among the cadres, of infiltrated enemies. Among communists there exist, still unrevealed and unmasked, certain careerist communists who are striving to become prominent and to be promoted by recommending expulsions from the party, through the repression of party members, who are striving to ensure themselves against possible charges of inadequate vigilance through the indiscriminate repression of party members. This sort of careerist communist, anxious to curry favor, indiscriminately spreads panic about enemies of the people and at party meetings is always ready to raise a hue and cry about expelling members from the party on various formalistic grounds or entirely without such grounds. Furthermore, numerous instances are known of disguised enemies of the people, wreckers and double dealers, organizing, for provocational ends, the submission of slanderous depositions against party members and, under the semblance of heightening vigilance, seeking to expel from the VKP-B ranks honest and devoted communists, in this way diverting the blow from themselves and retaining their own positions in the party's ranks. They try through measures of repression to beat up our Bolshevik cadres and to sow excess suspicion in our ranks. 190 to -192. We would like now to draw attention to Khrushchev's criminal swindle. In his secret report, he devoted an entire chapter in the denunciation of the Great Purge. Using Stalin's formulation, namely, that the closer we are to socialism the more enemies we will have, the provocateurs who had infiltrated the state security organs together with conscienceless careerists began to protect with the party name the mass terror against cadres. Khrushchev, Secret Report, p. s. 26. The reader will note that those are precisely the two kinds of hostile elements that Stalin warned against in January 1938. In fact, Stalin's formulation was invented by Khrushchev. Yes, some communists were unjustly hit, and crimes were committed during the purge. But, with great foresight, Stalin had already denounced these problems when the operation had only been running for 6 months. 18 years later, Khrushchev would use as pretext the criminal activities of these provocateurs and careerists, denounced at the time by Stalin, to denigrate the purge itself and to insult Stalin. We return to the January 1938 resolution. Here are some of its conclusions. It is time to understand that Bolshevik vigilance consists essentially in the ability to unmask an enemy regardless of how clever and artful he may be, regardless of how he decks himself out, and not indiscriminate or on the off-chance expulsions, by the tens and hundreds, of everyone who comes within reach. Directions are, to end mass indiscriminate expulsions from the party and to institute a genuinely individualized and differentiated approach to questions of expulsion from the party or of restoring expelled persons to the rights of party membership. Directions are, to remove from their party posts and to hold accountable to the party those party leaders who do not carry out the directives of the VKP, B, Central Committee, who expel VKP, B, members and candidate members from the party without carefully verifying all the materials, and who take an arbitrary attitude in their dealings with party members. 194. Tokov thought it probable that anti-communist opponents had provoked excesses during the purge to discredit and weaken the party. He wrote, "The fear of being suspected of lack of vigilance drove local fanatics to denounce not only Bukharinists, but also Malenkovists, Yezovists, even Stalinists. It is of course not impossible that they were also egged on to do so by concealed oppositionists." Beria, at a closed joint session of the Central Committee and the Central Control Committee of the party, held in the autumn of 1938, declared that if Yezhov were not a deliberate Nazi agent, he was certainly an involuntary one. He had turned the central offices of the NKVD into a breeding ground for fascist agents. Tokov, OPCIT. p. 119. Gardanashvili, one of my close contacts, had a conversation with Beria, just before Beria was appointed head of the police. Gardanashvili asked Beria if Stalin was blind to the dismay caused by so many executions. Was he unaware that the reign of terror had gone so far that it was defeating itself? Men in high positions were wondering whether Nazi agents had not penetrated the NKVD, using their position to discredit our country. Beria's realistic reply was that Stalin was well aware of this but was faced with a technical difficulty: the speedy restoration of normality in a centrally controlled state of the size of the USSR was an immense task. In addition, there was the real danger of war, and the government therefore had to be very cautious about relaxations. 101. The rectification. On November 11, 1938, Stalin and Molotov signed a clear decision, putting an end to the excesses that took place during the purges. The general operations to crush and destroy enemy elements conducted by the NKVD in 1937 to 1938, during which investigation and hearing procedures were simplified, showed numerous and grave defects in the work of the NKVD and prosecutor. Furthermore, enemies of the people and foreign secret service spies penetrated the NKVD, both at the local and central level. They tried by all means to disrupt investigations. Agents consciously deformed Soviet laws, conducted massive and unjustified arrests and, at the same time, protected their acolytes, particularly those who had infiltrated the NKVD. The completely unacceptable defects observed in the work of the NKVD and prosecutors were only possible because enemies of the people had infiltrated themselves in the NKVD and prosecutor offices, used every possible method to separate the work of the NKVD and prosecutors from the party organs, to avoid party control and leadership and to facilitate for themselves and for their acolytes the continuation of their anti-Soviet activities. The Council of People's Commissars and the Central Committee of the CPSU, B, resolves 1. To prohibit the NKVD and prosecutors from conducting any massive arrest or deportation operation. The CPC and the CC of the CPSU, B, warn all NKVD and prosecutor office employees that the slightest deviation from Soviet laws and from party and government directives by any employee, whoever that person might be, will result in severe legal proceedings. V. Molotov, J. Stalin. Nouvelles de Moscou 26, June 30, 1992, p. 15. There is still much controversy about the number of people that were affected by the Great Purge. This subject has been a favorite topic for propaganda. According to Rittersporn, in 1937 to 1938, during the Great Purge, there were 278,818 expulsions from the party. This number was much smaller than during the preceding years. In 1933, there were 854,330 expulsions, in 1934, there were 342,294, and in 1935 the number was 281,872. In 1936, there were 95,145. Rittersporn, OPCIT. p. 12. However, we should underscore that this purge was completely different from the previous periods. The Great Purge focused mainly on cadres. During the preceding years, elements that had nothing to do with communism, common criminals, drunkards, and undisciplined elements constituted the majority of the expelled. According to Getty, from November 1936 to March 1939, there were fewer than 180,000 expulsions from the party. 176. This number takes into account reintegrated individuals. Even before the 1938 plenum, there were 53,700 appeals against expulsions. In August 1938, there were 101,233 appeals. At that time, out of a total of 154,933 appeals, the party committees had already examined 85,273, of which 54% were readmitted. 190. No other information could better give the lie to the statement that the purge was blind terror and without appeal, organized by an irrational dictator. Conquest claims that there were 7 to 9 million arrests in 1937 to 1938. At that time, the number of industrial workers was less than 8 million. This number, Conquest bases this on the memoirs of ex-prisoners who assert that between 4 and 5.5% of the Soviet population were incarcerated or deported during those years. Rittersporn, OPCIT. p. 12. These figures are sheer fantasy, invented by enemies of socialism who were firmly committed to harming the regime by all means. Their estimates are based on no serious sources. Lacking evidence, all estimates are equally worthless, and it is hard to disagree with Brzezinski's observation that it is impossible to make any estimates without erring in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. p. 257 to -258, and 16. We would now like to address the Gulag and the more general problem of the number of imprisoned and dead in the corrective work camps, the word Gulag meaning principal administration of the camps. Armed with the science of statistics and extrapolation, Robert Conquest makes brilliant calculations, 5 million interned in the Gulag at the beginning of 1934, more than 7 million arrested during the 1937–1938 purges, that makes 12 million, from this number 1 million executed and 2 million dead of different causes during those 2 years. That makes exactly 9 million politically detained in 1939, not counting the common law. Conquest's figures and those that refute his claims all come from Nicholas Wirth, Gulag, Lavraeus Chiffers, OPCIT. See also Getty, Rittersporn, and Zemskov, OPCIT. Now, given the size of the repression, Conquest starts to count cadavers. Between 1939 and 1953, there was an average annual mortality of around 10%. But, during all these years, the number of detained remained stable, around 8 million. That means that during those years, 12 million persons were assassinated in the Gulag by Stalinism. The Medvedev brothers, those communists of the Bukharin-Gorbachev school, essentially confirmed those revealing figures. There were 1–2 to 13 million people thought to have been in concentration camps during Stalin's time. Under Khrushchev, who reawoke hopes for democratization, things went much better. Of course, in the Gulag, there were only some 2 million common law criminals left. Roy A. Medvedev and Boris A. Medvedev, Khrushchev, The Years in Power, New York, Columbia University Press, 1976, p. 19. Up to now, no problem. Everything was going just fine for our anti-communists. Their word was taken for granted. Then the USSR split up and Gorbachev's disciples were able to grab the Soviet archives. In 1990, the Soviet historians Zemskov and Dugin published the unedited statistics for the Gulag. They contain the arrivals and departures, right down to the last person. Unexpected consequence, these accounting books made it possible to remove Conquest's scientific mask. In 1934, Conquest counted 5 million political detainees. In fact, there were between 127,000 and 170,000. The exact number of all detained in the work camps, political and common law combined, was 510,307. The political prisoners formed only 25 to 35% of the detainees. To the approximately 150,000 detainees, Conquest added 4,850,000. Small detail. Annually, Conquest estimated an average of 8 million detainees in the camps. And Medvedev 12 to 13 million. In fact, the number of political detainees oscillated between a minimum of 127,000 in 1934 and a maximum of 500,000 during the 2 war years, 1941 and 1942. The real figures were therefore multiplied by a factor of between 16 and 26. When the average number of detainees was somewhere between 236,000 and 315,000 political detainees, Conquest invented 7,700,000 extra. Marginal statistical error, of course. Our school books, our newspapers, do not give the real figure of around 272,000, but the horror of 8 million. Conquest, the fraud, claims that in 1937 to -1938, during the Great Purge, the camps swelled by 7 million politicals and there were in addition 1 million executions and 2 million other deaths. In fact, from 1936 to 1939, the number of detained in the camps increased by 477,789 persons, passing from 839,406 to 1,317,195. A falsification factor of 14. In 2 years, there were 115,922 deaths, not 2 million. For the 116,000 dead of various causes, Conquest adds 1,884,000 victims of Stalinism. Gorbachev's ideologue, Medvedev, refers to 12 to 13 million in the camps. Under the liberal Khrushchev, there remain 2 million, all common law. In fact, during Stalin's time, in 1951, the year of the greatest number of detained in the Gulag, there were 1,948,158 common law prisoners, as many as during Khrushchev's time. The real number of political prisoners was then 579,878. Most of these politicals had been Nazi collaborators, 334,538 had been convicted for treason. According to Conquest, between 1939 and 1953, there was, in the work camps, a 10% death rate per year, some 12 million victims of Stalinism. An average of 855,000 dead per year. In fact, the real figure in peacetime was 49,000. Conquest invented a figure of 806,000 deaths per year. During the 4 years of the war, when Nazi barbarity was imposing unbearable conditions on all Soviets, the average number of deaths was 194,000. Hence, in 4 years, the Nazis caused an excess of 580,000 deaths, for which, of course, Stalin is responsible. Wirth, who denounces Conquest's falsifications, still does his best to maintain as much as possible the myth of Stalinist crimes. In 14 years, 1934 to -1947, 1 million deaths were registered in the work camps alone. So Wirth also blames socialism for the 580,000 extra deaths caused by the Nazis. Let us return to the purge itself. One of the best-known slanders claims that the purge was intended to eliminate the old Bolshevik guard. Even a vicious enemy of Bolshevism like Brzezinski can take up the same line. Zbigniew Brzezinski, The Grand Failure, New York, Charles Scribner's Sons, 1989, p. 89. In 1934, there were 182,600 old Bolsheviks in the party, i.e. members who joined in 1920. At the latest. In 1939, there were 125,000. The great majority, 69%, were still in the party. There was during those 5 years a drop of 57,000 individuals, i.e. 31%. Some died of natural causes, others were expelled, others were executed. It is clear that if old Bolsheviks fell during the purge, it was not because they were old Bolsheviks, but because of their political behavior. 176. We conclude with the words of Professor J. Archgetty who, at the end of his remarkable book, Origins of the Great Purges, writes: the evidence suggests that the Azovshchina - which is what most people really mean by the Great Purges - should be redefined. It was not the result of a petrified bureaucracy stamping out dissent and annihilating old radical revolutionaries. In fact, it may have been just the opposite. It is not inconsistent with the evidence to argue that the Azovshchina was rather a radical, even hysterical, reaction to bureaucracy. The entrenched office holders were destroyed from above and below in a chaotic wave of voluntarism and revolutionary puritanism. 206. The Western bourgeoisie and the purge. By and large, the 1937 to -1938 purge succeeded in its purpose. There was also a lot of damage and many errors were committed, but these could probably not have been avoided, given the internal situation of the party. Most of the men and women in the Nazi fifth column fell during the purge. And when the fascists attacked the USSR, there were few collaborators within the state and party apparatus. When we listen to Social Democrats, Christian Democrats, liberals, and other bourgeois speaking of Stalin's absurd terror, of the bloody despot, we would like to ask them where they and people like them were in 1940, when the Nazis occupied France and Belgium. The great majority who, here at home, denounced Stalin's purge, actively or passively supported the Nazi regime as soon as it was set up. When the Nazis occupied Belgium, Hendrik de Man, the president of the Socialist Party, made an official declaration to praise Hitler and to announce that the arrival of the Hitlerite troops meant the liberation of the working class. In the manifesto to the members of the POB, Belgian Workers' Party, published in July 1940, de Man wrote: The war has led to the debacle of the parliamentary regime and of the capitalist plutocracy in the so-called democracies. For the working classes and for socialism, this collapse of a decrepit world, far from being a disaster, is a deliverance. The way is open for the two causes which sum up the aspirations of the people, European peace and social justice. Peter Dodge, Beyond Marxism, The Faith and Works of Hendrik de Man, The Hague, Marty Neusnijhoff, 1966, pages 196 to -197. In history courses, they beat our eardrums with all the scandalous lies about Stalin, but they do not tell us that the president of the Belgian Socialist Party, great critic of the Stalin purge, hailed the Nazis in Brussels. It is a well-established fact that not only Hendrik de Man, but also Achille van Acker, future Prime Minister of Democratic Belgium, collaborated with the Nazis as soon as they arrived. When we hear these people say that the purge organized by Stalin was criminal and absurd, we understand them. Those who were preparing to collaborate with the Nazis were of the same family as most of the victims of the purge. In France too, the vast majority of the parliamentary socialists voted full powers to Pétain and helped set up the collaborating Vichy regime. Furthermore, when the Nazis occupied Belgium, resistance was almost non-existent. The first weeks and months, there was no significant resistance. The Belgian bourgeoisie, almost to a man, collaborated. And the masses were subject to and passively accepted the occupation. French author Henri Amoureux was able to write a book entitled 40 millions de Pétainists, 40 million Pétainists. Henri Amoureux, 40 millions de Pétainists, Paris, Editions Robert Laffont, 1977. Let us make a comparison with the Soviet Union. As soon as the Nazis set foot on Soviet territory, they had to confront military and civilians prepared to fight to the death. The purge was accompanied by a constant campaign of political and ideological preparation of workers for the war of aggression. In his book about the Urals, U.S. engineer Scott described well how this political campaigning took place in the factories of Magnitogorsk. He described how the party explained the world's situation to the workers, in the newspapers, in seminars, using films and theater. He talked about the profound effect this education had on the workers. It is precisely because of the purge and the education campaign that accompanied it that the Soviet people found the strength to resist. If that steadfast will to oppose the Nazis by all means had not existed, it is obvious that the fascists would have taken Stalingrad, Leningrad, and Moscow. If the Nazi fifth column had succeeded in maintaining itself, it would have found support among the defeatists and the capitulationists in the party. If the Stalin leadership had been overthrown, the Soviet Union would have capitulated, as did France. A victory of the Nazis in the Soviet Union would have immediately helped the pro-Nazi tendency in the British bourgeoisie, still powerful after Chamberlain's departure, take the upper hand from Churchill's group. The Nazis would probably have gone on to dominate the whole world. Trotsky's role on the eve of the Second World War. During the 30s, Trotsky literally became the world's expert on anti-communism. Even today, right-wing ideologues peruse Trotsky's works in search of weapons against the Soviet Union under Stalin. In 1982, when Reagan was again preaching the anti-communist crusade, Henry Bernard, professor emeritus at the Royal Military School of Belgium, published a book to spread the following urgent message. The communists of 1982 are the Nazis of 1939. We are weaker in front of Moscow than we were in August 1939 in front of Hitler. p. 9. All of the standard clichés of Le Pen, the fascist French Front National leader, are there. Terrorism is not the act of a few crazies. The basis of everything is the Soviet Union and the clandestine network of international terrorism. 121. Christian leftism is a Western wound. The synchronicity of pacifist demonstrations shows how they were inspired by Moscow. 123. The British commandos who went to die in the Falklands showed that there still exist moral values in the West. 11. but the tactics used by such an avowed anti-communist as Bernard are very interesting. Here is how a man who, despite despising a leftist Christian, will ally himself with Trotsky. The private Lenin was, like Trotsky, a human being. His personal life was full of nuance. Trotsky should normally have succeeded Lenin. He was the main architect of the October Revolution, the victor of the Civil War, the creator of the Red Army. Lenin had much respect for Trotsky. He thought of him as successor. He thought Stalin was too brutal. Within the Soviet Union, Trotsky rose up against the imposing bureaucracy that was paralyzing the communist machine. Artist, educated, nonconformist and often prophet, he could not get along with the main dogmatists in the party. Stalin was nationalist, a sentiment that did not exist either in Lenin or Trotsky. With Trotsky, the foreign communist parties could consider themselves as a force whose sole purpose was to impose a social order. With Stalin, they worked for the Kremlin and to further its imperialist politics. 48-50. We present here a few of the main theses that Trotsky put forward during the years 1937, 1940, and that illustrate the nature of his absolute anti-communist struggle. They allow one to understand why people in the Western security services, such as Henry Bernard, used Trotsky to fight communists. They also shed some light on the class struggle between Bolsheviks and opportunists and on some aspects of the purge of 1937-1938. The enemy is the new aristocracy, the new Bolshevik bourgeoisie. For Trotsky, the main enemy was at the head of the Soviet state. It was the new Bolshevik aristocracy, the most anti-socialist and anti-democratic layer of the society, a social layer that lived like the well-to-do bourgeois of the United States. Here is how he phrased it. The privileged bureaucracy now represents the most anti-socialist and the most anti-democratic sector of Soviet society. Trotsky, Der Mitte et l'Antisemitisme, February 22, 1937. La Lut, pages 143-144. We accuse the ruling clique of having transformed itself into a new aristocracy, oppressing and robbing the masses. The higher layer of the bureaucracy lives approximately the same kind of life as the well-to-do bourgeois of the United States and other capitalist countries. Trotsky, The World's Situation and Perspectives, February 14, 1940. Writings, Volume 12, pp. 148-149. This language makes Trotsky indistinguishable from the Menshevik leaders when they were leading the counter-revolutionary armed struggle, alongside the white and interventionist armies. Also indistinguishable from the language of the classical right of the imperialist countries. Compare Trotsky with the main anti-communist ideologue in the International Confederation of Christian Unions, CISC, P.J.S. Sir Arentz, writing in 1948. There are, thanks to Stalin, once again classes and rich people. Just like in a capitalist society, the elite is rewarded with money and power. There is what Forcevrier, France, calls a Soviet aristocracy. This weekly compares it to the aristocracy created by Napoleon. P.J.S. Sir Arentz, La Russie et l'Occident, Utrecht, Confédération Internationale de Syndicats Chrétiens, ND, pages 33, 37. After World War II, the French Union Forcevrier to which Sir Arentz was referring was directly created and financed by the CIA. The Lambertist Trotskyist group worked, and still works, inside it. At that time, the CISC, be it in Italy or Belgium, worked directly for the CIA for the defense of the capitalist system in Europe. To mobilize the workers against communism, it used a revolting anti-capitalist demagoguery that it borrowed from the Social Democrats and the Trotskyists. In the Soviet Union, there was a new class of rich people, a Soviet aristocracy. Confronting this new aristocracy, oppressing and robbing the masses. Trotsky, The World's Situation, p. 148. There were, in Trotsky's eyes, 160 millions who are profoundly discontented. 149. Thesa people were protecting the collectivization of the means of production and the planned economy against the ignorant and despotic Stalinist thieves. In other words, apart from Stalinists, the rest of the society was clean and let just struggles. Listen to Trotsky. 12 to 15 millions of the privileged - there are the people who organize the parades, demonstrations, and ovations. But apart from this pays legal, as was once said in France, there exist 160 millions who are profoundly discontented. Antagonism between the bureaucracy and the people is measured by the increasing severity of the totalitarian rule. The bureaucracy can be crushed only by a new political revolution. 149. The economy is planned on the basis of nationalization and collectivization of the means of production. This state economy has its own laws that are less and less tolerant of the despotism, ignorance, and banditry of the Stalinist bureaucracy. Trotsky, La Capitulation de Stalin, March 11, 1939. La Lut, p. 216. Since the re-establishment of capitalism was impossible in Trotsky's eyes, any opposition, be it social democratic, revisionist, bourgeois or counter-revolutionary, became legitimate. It was the voice of 160 millions who were profoundly discontented and aimed to protect the collectivization of the means of production against the new aristocracy. Trotsky became the spokesperson for all the retrograde forces, anti-socialist and fascist. Bolshevism and fascism. Trotsky was one of the first to put forward the line that Bolshevism and fascism were twins. This thesis was quite popular, during the 30s, in the reactionary Catholic parties. The Communist Party was their sworn enemy, the Fascist Party their most important bourgeois opponent. Once again, here is Trotsky. Fascism is winning victory after victory, and its best ally, the one that is clearing its path throughout the world, is Stalinism. Trotsky, Kane Dugashvili Vhsq Bout, April 1938. El Apparel, p. 238. In fact, nothing distinguishes Stalin's political methods from Hitler's. But the difference in results on the international scale is remarkable. Trotsky, La Capitulation de Stalin, p. 216. An important part, which becomes more and more important, of the Soviet apparatus is formed of fascists who have yet to recognize themselves as such. To equate the Soviet regime with fascism is a gross historic error. But the symmetry of the political superstructures and the similarity of totalitarian methods and of psychological profiles are striking. The agony of Stalinism is the most horrible and most odious spectacle on earth. Trotsky, Nouvelles Defections, March 17, 1938. La Lut, pages 161 to -162. Trotsky here presented one of the first versions of the essential theme of CIA and fascist propaganda during the 50s, that of red fascism. By using the word fascism, Trotsky tried to redirect the hatred that the masses felt towards the terrorist dictatorship of big capital, against socialism. After 1944 to -1945, all the German, Hungarian, Croatian, and Ukrainian fascist leaders that fled to the West put on their democratic mask. They praised U.S. democracy, the new hegemonic force and the main source of support for retrograde and fascist forces in the world. These old fascists, faithful to their criminal past, all developed the same theme: Bolshevism is fascism, but even worse. Note further that at the time that European fascism had already started its wars in Ethiopia and Spain, annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia, Trotsky was affirming that the most horrible and most odious spectacle on earth was the agony of socialism. Defeatism and capitulation in front of Nazi Germany. Trotsky became the main propagandist for defeatism and capitulationism in the Soviet Union. His demagogic world revolution served to better stifle the Soviet Revolution. Trotsky spread the idea that in case of fascist aggression against the Soviet Union, Stalin and the Bolsheviks would betray, and that under their leadership, the defeat of the Soviet Union was inevitable. Here are his ideas on this subject. The military status of Soviet Russia is contradictory. On one side we have a population of 170 million awakened by the greatest revolution in history, with a more or less developed war industry. On the other side we have a political regime paralyzing all of the forces of the new society. One thing I am sure, the political regime will not survive the war. The social regime, which is the nationalized property of production, is incomparably more powerful than the political regime, which has a despotic character. The representatives of the political regime, or the bureaucracy, are afraid of the prospect of a war, because they know better than we that they will not survive the war as a regime. Trotsky, on the eve of World War II, July 23, 1939. Writings, Volume 12, p. 18. Once again, there were, on one side, the 170 million, they good citizens who were awoken by the revolution. One might wonder by whom, if it was not by the Bolshevik Party and Stalin. The great peasant masses were certainly not awoken during the years 1921 to -1928. These 170 million had a developed war industry. As if it was not Stalin's collectivization and industrialization policies, implemented thanks to his strong will, that allowed the creation of an arms industry in record time. Thanks to his correct line, to his will, to his capacity to organize, the Bolshevik regime awoke the popular forces that had been kept in ignorance, superstition, and primitive individual work. According to the provocateur Trotsky's rantings, the Bolshevik regime paralyzed that society's forces. And Trotsky made all sorts of absurd predictions. It was certain that the Bolshevik regime would not survive the war. Hence, two propaganda themes dear to the Nazis can be found in Trotsky's writings: anti-Bolshevism and defeatism. Berlin knows to what extent the Kremlin clique has demoralized the country's army and population through its struggle for self-preservation. Stalin continues to sap the moral force and the general level of resistance of the country. Careerists with no honor, nor conscience, upon whom Stalin is forced to rely, will betray the country in difficult times. Trotsky, Stalin et Hitler, March 12, 1938. Elaparel, p. 234. In his hatred of communism, Trotsky incited the Nazis to wage war against the Soviet Union. He, the eminent expert on the affairs of the Soviet Union, told the Nazis that they had every chance of winning the war against Stalin. The army and the population were demoralized. False. Stalin was destroying the resistance. False. And the Stalinists would capitulate at the beginning of the war. False. In the Soviet Union, this Trotskyist propaganda had two effects. It encouraged defeatism and capitulationism, through the idea that fascism was assured victory given that the USSR had such a rotten and incompetent leadership. It also encouraged insurrections and assassination attempts to eliminate Bolshevik leaders who would betray in difficult times. A leadership that was categorically destined to fall during the war might well fall at the beginning of the war. Anti-Soviet and opportunistic groups could therefore make their attempts. In both cases, Trotsky's provocations directly helped the Nazis. Trotsky and the Tukhachevsky plot. In the chapter dedicated to the Tukhachevsky military plot, we showed that a large anti-communist opposition truly did exist among the cadres of the Red Army. Trotsky's attitude towards this reality is enlightening. Here are Trotsky's written positions about the Tukhachevsky affair. I must here state what were my relations with Tukhachevsky. I never considered the communist convictions of this officer of the old guard to be serious. The generals struggled to defend the security of the Soviet Union against the interests of Stalin's personal security. Trotsky, L'armée contre Stalin, March 6, 1938. Elaparel, pages 197, 201. The army needs capable, honest men, just as the economists and scientists, independent men with open minds. Every man and woman with an independent mind comes into conflict with the bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy must decapitate the one section at the expense of the other in order to preserve themselves. A man who is a good general, like Tukhachevsky, needs independent aides, other generals around him, and he appreciates every man according to his intrinsic value. The bureaucracy needs docile people, Byzantine people, slaves, and these two types come into conflict in every state. Trotsky, on the eve of World War II, p. 19. Tukhachevsky, and along with him the cream of the military cadres, perished in the struggle against the police dictatorship hovering over Red Army officers. In its social characteristics, the military bureaucracy is naturally no better than the civil bureaucracy. When the bureaucracy is viewed as a whole, it retains two functions, power and administration. These two functions have now reached an acute contradiction. To ensure good administration, the totalitarian power must be eliminated. What does the new duality of power mean? The first step in the decomposition of the Red Army and the beginning of a new civil war in the country. The current generation of commissars means the control of the Bonapartist clique over the military and civilian administration and, through it, over the people. The actual commanders grew up in the Red Army, cannot be dissociated from it and have an unquestioned authority acquired over many years. On the other hand, the commissars were recruited among the sons of bureaucrats, who have no revolutionary experience, no military knowledge and no ideological capital. This is the archetype of the new school careerists. They are only called upon to command because they are vigilant, i.e. they are the army's police. The commanders show them the hatred that they deserve. The regime of dual command is transforming itself into a struggle between the political police and the army, where the central power sides with the police. The development of the country, and in particular the growth of its new needs, is incompatible with the totalitarian scum. This is why we see tendencies to resist the bureaucracy in all walks of life. In the areas of technology, economics, education, culture, defense, people with experience, with a knowledge of science and with authority automatically reject the agents of Stalinist dictatorship, who are for the most part uncultivated and cynical, uncouth like Miklas and Yezhov. Trotsky, Les Défaitistes Totalitaires, July 3, 1939. La Lutte, pages 166 to -169. First of all, Trotsky had to recognize that Tukhachevsky and those like him were never communists. Previously, Trotsky himself had designated Tukhachevsky as candidate for a Napoleon-like military coup d'état. Furthermore, for the needs of his unrelenting struggle against Stalin, Trotsky denied the existence of a bourgeois counter-revolutionary opposition at the head of the army. In fact, he supported any opposition against Stalin and the Bolshevik Party, including Tukhachevsky, Alksness, etc. Trotsky led a united front policy with all the anti-communists in the army. This clearly shows that Trotsky could only come to power in alliance with the counter-revolutionary forces. Trotsky claimed that those who were fighting Stalin and the leadership of the party within the army were actually struggling for the security of the country, while the officers who were loyal to the party were defending Stalin's dictatorship and his personal interests. It is remarkable that Trotsky's analysis about the struggle within the Red Army is identical to that made by Roman Kalkaus in his study for the U.S. Army, see page. First, Trotsky opposed the party measures to assert political control over the Red Army. In particular, Trotsky attacked the reintroduction of political commissars, who would play an essential political role in the war of anti-fascist resistance and would help young soldiers maintain a clear political line despite the incredible complexity of problems created by the war. Trotsky encouraged the elitist and exclusivist sentiments within the military against the party, with the explicit aim of splitting the Red Army and provoking civil war. Next, Trotsky declared himself in favor of the independence, hence the professionalism, of officers, saying that they were capable, honest, and with an open mind, to the extent that they opposed the party. Similarly, it is clear that anti-communist elements like Tokov defended their dissident bourgeois ideas in the name of independence and of an open mind. Trotsky claimed that there was a conflict between the Stalinist power and the state administration, and that he supported the latter. In fact, the opposition that he described was the opposition between the Bolshevik Party and the state bureaucracy. Like all anti-communists throughout the world, Trotsky slandered the Communist Party by calling it bureaucratic. In fact, the real danger of bureaucratization of the regime came from the parts of the administration that were in no sense communist, that sought to get rid of festifling political and ideological control of the party, to impose themselves on the rest of society and to acquire privileges and benefits of all kinds. The political control of the party over the military and civil administration was especially aimed at fighting these tendencies towards bureaucratic disintegration. When Trotsky wrote that to ensure a good administration of the country, the party had to be eliminated, he was the spokesperson for the most bureaucratic tendencies of the state apparatus. More generally, Trotsky defended the professionalism of the military, technical, scientific, and cultural cadres, i.e. of all the technocrats who tried to rid themselves of party control, who wanted to eliminate the party from all aspects of life, according to Trotsky's precepts. In the class struggle that took place within the state and party in the 30s and 40s, the front line was between the forces that defended Stalin's Leninist line and those who encouraged technocratism, bureaucracy, and militarism. It was the latter forces that would gain hegemony over the party leadership during Khrushchev's coup d'état. Provocations in the service of the Nazis. To prepare for the Nazi war of aggression, Stalin and the Bolsheviks had to be overthrown. By defending this thesis, Trotsky became an instrument in the hands of the Hitlerites. Recently, during a meeting at the Free University of Brussels, ULB, a ranting Trotskyist yelled, "Those are lies." Trotsky always stated that he unconditionally defended the Soviet Union against imperialism. Yes, Trotsky always defended the Soviet Union, assuming that destroying the Bolshevik Party was the best preparation for defense. The essential point is that Trotsky was calling for an anti-Bolshevik insurrection, from which the Nazis, and not the handful of Trotskyists, would profit. Trotsky could well preach insurrection in the name of a better defense of the Soviet Union, but he clearly held an anti-communist line and mobilized all the anti-socialist forces. There is no doubt that the Nazis were the first to appreciate this better defense of the Soviet Union. Here are Trotsky's exact words about a better defense of the Soviet Union. "I cannot be for the USSR in general. I am for the working masses who created the USSR. And against the bureaucracy which has usurped the gains of the revolution. It remains the duty of a serious revolutionary to state quite frankly and openly, Stalin is preparing the defeat of the USSR. Trotsky, A Political Dialogue, pages 156, 158. I consider the main source of danger to the USSR in the present international situation to be Stalin and the oligarchy headed by him. An open struggle against them is inseparably connected for me with the defense of the USSR. Trotsky, Stalin after the Finnish experience, March 13, 1940. Writings, Volume 12, p. 160. The old Bolshevik Party was transformed into a caste apparatus. Against the imperialist enemy, we will defend the USSR with all our might. However, the gains of the October Revolution will serve the people only if it shows itself capable of acting against the Stalinist bureaucracy as it did previously against the Tsarist bureaucracy and the bourgeoisie. Trotsky, Lettres Auxiliaires Travailleurs d'URSS, May 1940. La Lutte, pages 301 to -302. Only an uprising of the Soviet proletariat against the base tyranny of the new parasites can save what is still left over in the foundations of the society from the conquests of October. In this sense and in this sense only, we defend the October Revolution from imperialism, fascist and democratic, from the Stalin bureaucracy, and from its hired friends. Trotsky, the 21st anniversary, November 14, 1938. Writings, Volume 11, p. 111. From these citations, it is clear that the words "we support the USSR against imperialism" were pronounced by an anti-communist who had to say them if he wanted to have the slightest chance of being listened to by the masses who were ready to defend the socialist regime to the bitter end. But only politically blind people could be confused by the meaning of this defense. In fact, This is how traitors and enemies prepare defense. Stalin will betray, he is preparing defeat, so Stalin and the Bolshevik leadership have to be eliminated to defend the USSR. Such propaganda perfectly suited the Nazis. Trotsky defended the Soviet Union, but not the Soviet Union of Stalin and the Bolshevik Party. He pretended to defend the Soviet Union with all our might, i.e. with his few thousand followers in the USSR. Meanwhile, these few thousand marginals should have prepared an insurrection against Stalin and the Bolshevik Party. Good defense, to be sure. Even a hardened anti-communist such as Tokov thought that Trotsky's writings played into the hands of the German aggressors. Tokov was anti-communist, but a partisan of British imperialism. At the beginning of the war, he made the following reflex ions. The peoples of the USSR, guided by their elemental feelings in the face of mortal danger, had made themselves one with the Stalin regime. The opposed forces had joined hands, and this was a spontaneous act. The average Soviet outlook was, side even with the devil, to defeat Hitler. Opposition to Stalin was not only harmful to the international anti-Axis front but was also equivalent to antagonism to the peoples of the USSR. Tokov, OPCIT. p. 188. With the approach of World War II, Trotsky's main obsession, if not the only one, became the overthrow of the Bolshevik Party in the Soviet Union. His thesis was that of the world far right. Whoever defends, directly or indirectly, Stalin and the Bolshevik Party, is the worst enemy of socialism. Here are Trotsky's declarations. The reactionary bureaucracy must be and will be overthrown. The political revolution in the USSR is inevitable. Trotsky, Le gouvernement soviétique applique-t-il toujours les principes définis il-y-20 ans? January 13, 1938. La Lutte, pages 159 to -160. Only the overthrow of the Bonapartist Kremlin clique can make possible the regeneration of the military strength of the USSR. The struggle against war, imperialism, and fascism demands a ruthless struggle against Stalinism, splotched with crimes. Whoever defends Stalinism directly or indirectly, whoever keeps silent about its betrayals or exaggerates its military strength is the worst enemy of the revolution, or socialism, of the oppressed peoples. Trotsky, A Fresh Lesson, after the imperialist peace at Munich, October 10, 1938. Writings, Volume 11, p. 68. When these lines were being written in 1938, a fierce class struggle was developing on the world scene, between fascism and Bolshevism. Only the most right-wing ideologues of French, British or US imperialism or of fascism could defend Trotsky's thesis. Whoever defends Stalinism directly or indirectly, is the worst enemy. Trotsky encouraged terrorism and armed insurrection. From 1934 on, Trotsky called over and over for the overthrow of the Bolsheviks through terrorism and armed insurrection. In April 1938, Trotsky claimed that it was inevitable that there would be, in the USSR, attempts against Stalin and the other Bolshevik leaders. Of course, he continued to claim that individual terror was not a correct Leninist tactic. But, you see, the laws of history tell us that assassinations, attempts and acts of terror against gangsters such as Stalin are inevitable. Here is how Trotsky put forward in 1938 the program of individual terror. Stalin is destroying the army and is crushing the country. Implacable hatred is accumulating around him, and a terrible vengeance hangs over his head. An assassination attempt? It is possible that this regime, which has, under the pretext of fighting terrorism, destroyed the best brains in the country, will ultimately suffer individual terror. One can add that it would be contrary to the laws of history that the gangsters in power not be subject to acts of vengeance by desperate terrorists. But the Fourth International has nothing to do with despair, and individual vengeance is too limited for us. Inasmuch as Stalin's personal future concerns us, we can only hope that his personal lot is to live long enough to see his system collapse. He will not have to wait long. Trotsky, Kane Daugashvili va Jusko Bout, p. 238. Hence, for Trotskyists, it would be against the laws of history that one would not attempt to kill Stalin, Molotov, Zdanov, Kaganovich, etc. It was an intelligent and clever way for the clandestine Trotskyist organization to put forward its terrorist message. It did not say organize assassination attempts, it said, the terrorist vengeance against Stalin is part of the laws of history. Recall that in the anti-communist circles that Tokov and Alexander Zinoviev frequented, there was much talk of preparation for assassination attempts against the Bolshevik leaders. One can easily see what forces were being inspired by Trotsky's writings. Trotsky alternated his calls for individual terrorism with propaganda for armed insurrections against the Bolshevik leadership. In general, he used the veiled and hypocritical formula of political revolution. During a debate with the Trotskyist Mondale, in 1989, we said that Trotsky called for armed struggle against the Soviet regime. Mondale got angry and cried out that this was a Stalinist lie, since political revolution meant popular revolution, but pacific. This anecdote is an example of the duplicity systematically taken by professional anti-communists, whose primary task is to infiltrate leftist circles. Here, Mondale wanted to reach out to the environmentalist audience. Here is the program of anti-Bolshevik armed struggle, put forward by Trotsky. He people, have lived through 3 revolutions against the Tsarist monarchy, the nobility and the bourgeoisie. In a certain sense, the Soviet bureaucracy now incarnates the traits of all the overthrown classes, but without their social roots nor their traditions. It can only defend its monstrous privileges through organized terror. The defense of the country can only be organized by destroying the autocratic clique of saboteurs and defeatists. Trotsky, Les Defaitistes Totalitaires, pages 165, 169. As a true counter-revolutionary, Trotsky claimed that socialism united the oppressive traits of Tsarism, the nobility, and the bourgeoisie. But, he said, socialism did not have as large a social basis as those other exploiting regimes. The anti-socialist masses could therefore overthrow it more easily. Once again, here was a call for all the reactionary forces to attack the abhorrent, toppling regime and to undertake the Fourth Revolution. In September 1938, Austria had already been annexed. This was the month of Munich, where French and British imperialism gave the green light to Hitler to occupy Czechoslovakia. In his new transitional program, Trotsky set out the tasks of his organization in the Soviet Union, despite the fact that he himself admitted as an organization, unquestionably Trotskyism is extremely weak in the USSR. Leon Trotsky, The Death Agony of Capitalism and the Tasks of the Fourth International. The Transitional Program for Socialist Revolution, New York, Pathfinder Press, 1974, p. 103. He continued. He Thermidorian oligarchy, hangs on by terroristic methods. The chief political task in the USSR still remains the overthrow of this same Thermidorian bureaucracy. Only the victorious revolutionary uprising of the oppressed masses can revive the Soviet regime and guarantee its further development towards socialism. There is but one party capable of leading the Soviet masses to insurrection: the party of the Fourth International. 103-106. This document, which all Trotskyist sects consider to be their basic program, contains an extraordinary sentence. When would this insurrection and uprising have taken place? Trotsky's answer is stunning in its honesty. Trotsky planned his insurrection for when the Hitlerites attacked the Soviet Union. He impetus to the Soviet workers' revolutionary upsurge will probably be given by events outside the country. 105. The next citation is a good example of duplicity. In 1933, Trotsky claimed that one of the principal crimes of the German Stalinists was to have refused the united front with social democracy against fascism. But, until Hitler took power in 1933, social democracy did its utmost to defend the capitalist regime and repeatedly refused unity proposals made by the German Communist Party. In May 1940, 8 months after the European part of World War II had started, the great specialist of the United Front, Trotsky, proposed that the Red Army start an insurrection against the Bolshevik regime. He wrote in his open letter to the Soviet workers, "The purpose of the Fourth International is to regenerate the USSR by purging it of its parasitic bureaucracy. This can only be done in one manner, by the workers, the peasants, the soldiers of the Red Army and the sailors of the Red Fleet who will rise up against the new caste of oppressors and parasites. To prepare this uprising of the masses, a new party is needed. The Fourth International." Trotsky, Lettres Auxiliaires Travailleurs d'URSS, p. 303. At the time that Hitler was preparing war against the Soviet Union, the provocateur Trotsky was calling on the Red Army to effect a coup d'état. Such an event would have been a monstrous disaster, opening up the entire country to the fascist tanks. Stalin and the Anti-Fascist War. With the 1929 economic collapse, the world capitalist system was in shambles. The time was ripe for another world war. It would soon break out. But where? And to what extent? Who would fight whom? These questions stood without answers for some time. Even after the official beginning, in 1940, the answers to these questions were still not clear. These unanswered questions allow one to better understand Stalin's foreign policy during the 30s. The Germano-Soviet Pact. Hitler came to power on January 30, 1933. Only the Soviet Union understood the dangers to world peace. In January 1934, Stalin told the Party Congress that the new, German, policy recalls the policy of the former German Kaiser, who at one time occupied the Ukraine and marched against Leningrad, after converting the Baltic countries into a place d'armes for this march. He also stated, If the interests of the USSR demand rapprochement with one country or another which is not interested in disturbing peace, we adopt this course without hesitation. Stalin, Works, Volume 13, p. 309. Until Hitler's coming to power, Great Britain had led the crusade against the Soviet Union. In 1918, Churchill was the main instigator of the military intervention that mobilized 14 countries. In 1927, Great Britain broke diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union and imposed an embargo on its exports. In 1931, Japan invaded northern China and its troops reached the Soviet border in Siberia. The Soviet Union thought at the time that war with Japan was imminent. In 1935, Fascist Italy occupied Ethiopia. To oppose the danger of fascist expansion, the Soviet Union proposed, as early as 1935, a collective system of security for Europe. Given this perspective, it signed mutual assistance treaties with France and Czechoslovakia. Trotsky made vicious attacks against Stalin, who had, with these treaties, betrayed the French proletariat and the world revolution. At the same time, official voices of the French bourgeoisie were declaring that their country was not obliged to come to the aid of the Soviet Union, should it be attacked. In 1936, Italy and Germany sent their elite troops to Spain to fight the legal Republican government. France and Great Britain adopted a non-intervention policy, leaving free rein to the fascists. They were trying to placate Hitler and to push him east. In November of the same year, Germany and Japan signed the Anti-Comintern Pact, which Italy joined soon after. The Soviet Union was encircled. On March 11, 1938, Radio Berlin announced a communist uprising in Austria, and the Wehrmacht, German army, pounced on that country, annexing it in 2 days. The Soviet Union took up Austria's defense and called on Great Britain and France to prepare collective defense. Tomorrow will perhaps be too late, underscored the Soviet leadership. In mid-May, Hitler concentrated his troops on the border with Czechoslovakia. The Soviet Union, with treaty obligations towards the threatened country, placed 40 divisions on its western border and called up 330,000 reservists. But in September, Great Britain and France met in Munich with the fascist powers, Germany and Italy. Neither Czechoslovakia nor the Soviet Union were invited. The great democracies decided to offer Hitler the Sudeten region of Czechoslovakia. Along with this treacherous act, Great Britain signed on September 30 a declaration with Germany in which the two powers stated that they regarded the agreement as symbolic of the desire of our peoples never to go to war with one another again. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the USSR, Documents and Materials Relating to the Eve of the Second World War, New York, International Publishers, 1948. Volume 1, p. 271. France did the same in December. Nevertheless, the Soviet Union offered its aid to Czechoslovakia in case of German aggression, but this offer was declined. On March 15, 1939, the Wehrmacht seized Prague. By cutting up Czechoslovakia, Hitler offered a piece of the cake to the reactionary Polish government, which greedily gobbled up the bait. A week later, the German army occupied the Lithuanian territory of Klaipėda, an important Baltic port. Stalin could see that the monster was advancing east and that Poland would be the next victim. In May 1939, the Japanese army attacked Mongolia, which also had a military assistance treaty with the Soviet Union. The following month, Soviet troops, led by an unknown officer, Zhukov, took up battle with the Japanese army. It was a sizable military confrontation. Japan lost more than 200 planes and more than 50,000 of its soldiers were killed or wounded. On August 30, 1939, the last Japanese troops left Mongolia. The next day, another Soviet border was set aflame. Germany invaded Poland. Everyone knew that this aggression would take place, to ensure an optimal position and begin his war either against Great Britain and France or against the Soviet Union. Hitler had to solve Poland's fate. Let us look at the events of the previous months. In March 1939, the Soviet Union began negotiations to form an anti-fascist alliance. Great Britain and France allowed time to pass, maneuvered. By this attitude, the two great democracies made Hitler understand that he could march against Stalin without being worried about the West. From June to August 1939, secret British-German talks took place. In exchange for guaranteeing the integrity of the British Empire, the British would allow Hitler to act freely in the East. On July 29, Charles Roden Buxton of the Labour Party fulfilled a secret mission for Prime Minister Chamberlain to the German embassy. The following plan was elaborated. Great Britain would express her willingness to conclude an agreement with Germany for a delimitation of spheres of interest. 1. Germany promises not to interfere in British Empire affairs. 2. Great Britain promises fully to respect the German spheres of interest in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. A consequence of this would be that Great Britain would renounce the guarantees she gave to certain states in the German sphere of interest. Great Britain further promises to influence France to break up her alliance with the Soviet Union and to give up her ties in Southeastern Europe. 3. Great Britain promises to give up the present negotiations for a pact with the Soviet Union. Volume 2, pages 110 to -111. The Soviet intelligence services ensured that Stalin was aware of these maneuvers. In August 1939, negotiations between Britain, France, and the Soviet Union entered their final phase. But the two Western powers sent second-ranked delegations to Moscow, with no mandate to finalize an accord. Voroshilov insisted on binding, precise engagements so that should there be renewed German aggression, the Allies would go to war together. He wanted to know how many British and French divisions would oppose Hitler should Germany invade the Soviet Union. He received no response. He also wanted to draw up an accord with Poland so that the Soviet troops could engage the Nazis on Polish soil in case of German aggression. Poland refused, thereby making any possible accord effective. Stalin understood perfectly that France and Britain were preparing a new Munich, that they were ready to sacrifice Poland, encouraging Hitler to march on the Soviet Union. Harold Ickes, U.S. Secretary of the Interior, wrote at the time in his journal, England kept hoping against hope that she could embroil Russia and Germany with each other and thus escape scot-free herself. Harold L. Ickes, The Secret Diary of Harold L. Ickes, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1954, p. 705. France would also have to renounce to Central and Eastern Europe in favor of Germany in the hope of seeing her wage war against the Soviet Union. Hence France could stay in security behind the Maginot Line. Sipols and Kermilov, A la veille de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, Moscow, Editions Novosti, 1973, p. 262. The Soviet Union was facing the mortal danger of a single anti-Soviet front consisting of all the imperialist powers. With the tacit support of Britain and France, Germany could, after having occupied Poland, continue on its way and begin its blitzkrieg against the USSR, while Japan would attack Siberia. At the time, Hitler had already reached the conclusion that France and Britain had neither the capacity nor the will to resist. He decided to grab Western Europe before attacking the USSR. On August 20, Hitler proposed a non-aggression pact to the Soviet Union. Stalin reacted promptly, and the pact was signed on August 23. On September 1, Hitler attacked Poland. Britain and France were caught in their own trap. These two countries assisted in all of Hitler's adventures, hoping to use him against the Soviet Union. Right from 1933, they never stopped speaking in praise of Hitler's battle against communism. Now they were forced to declare war against Germany, although they had no intention of doing so in an effective manner. Their rage exploded in a virulent anti-communist campaign, Bolshevism is fascism's natural ally. Half a century later, this stupid propaganda is still be found in school books as an unquestioned truth. However, history has shown that the Germano-Soviet non-aggression pact was a key for victory in the anti-fascist war. This may seem paradoxical, but the pact was a turning point that allowed the preparation of the necessary conditions for the German defeat. In fact, the Soviet Union concluded this pact with the clear understanding that sooner or later war with Nazi Germany was inevitable. Once Germany had decided to sign an accord with the USSR, Stalin forced out of Hitler a maximum of concessions, ensuring the best possible conditions for the war to come. The September 23, 1939 issue of Pravda wrote, "The only thing that was possible was to preserve from German invasion Western Ukraine, Western Belorussia, two provinces seized from the Soviet Union in 1920, and the Baltic countries. The Soviet government forced Germany to make the engagement to not cross the line formed by the Thas, Nerug, Bug, and Vistula rivers." Grigory Deborin, Les Secrets de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, Moscow, Editions du Progrès, 1972, p. 35. In the West, those who sympathized with Hitler's anti-communist politics immediately cried out, the two totalitarianisms, fascism and Bolshevism, shared up Poland. But the advance of the Soviet troops corresponded to the interests of the masses in these territories, since they could get rid of the fascists, the landed gentry and the capitalists. This advance also helped the entire world anti-Hitler movement. The most realistic bourgeois saw clearly that by advancing its troops, the Soviet Union gave itself a better starting position for the coming war. For example, Churchill declared on October 1, 1939. That the Russian armies should stand on this line was clearly necessary for the safety of Russia against the Nazi menace. At any rate, the line is there, and an Eastern Front has been created which Nazi Germany does not dare assail. Winston S. Churchill, OPCIT. p. 449. Unable to see through their dream of seeing the Nazi army charge through Poland to attack the Soviet Union, France and Britain were forced to declare war on Germany. But on the Western Front, not a single bomb would bother Nazi tranquility. However, a real internal political war was launched against the French Communists. On September 26, the French Communist Party was banned and thousands of its members were thrown into prison. Henry de Carillus wrote, "An incredible tempest swept through bourgeois minds. The crusade storm raged. Only one cry could be heard, war on Russia." It was at this moment that the anti-communist delirium reached its apogee. Cited in La Grande Guerre Nationale de l'Union Soviétique, Moscow, Editions du Progrès, 1974, p. 20. At the same time, Stalin spoke with great insight to Zhukov. The French government headed by Daladier and the Chamberlain government in Britain have no intention of getting seriously involved in the war with Hitler. They still hope to incite Hitler to a war against the Soviet Union. By refusing in 1939 to form with us an anti-Hitler bloc, they did not want to hamper Hitler in his aggression against the Soviet Union. Nothing will come of it. They will have to pay through the nose for their short-sighted policy. G. Zhukov, The Memoirs of Marshal Zhukov, London, Jonathan Cape, 1971, p. 171. Knowing that war with Germany was inevitable, the Soviet government was extremely worried about Leningrad's security, as it was only 32 kilometers from the Finnish border. On October 14, 1939, Stalin and Molotov sent a memorandum to the Finnish government about the problem of the defense of Leningrad. The Soviet Union wished to be able to block the access to the Gulf of Finland. It asked of Finland that it be ceded by lease the port of Hanko and 4 islands. To ensure the defense of Finland, it asked for part of the Isthmus of Karelia belonging to Finland. In exchange, the Soviet Union would offer to Finland part of Soviet Karelia, twice the size. Ministère des Affaires étrangères de Finland, Documents sur les relations finno-soviétiques, Paris, Editions Flammarion, 1940, pages 93–95, 109. Encouraged by Germany, Finland refused. On November 30, 1939, the Soviet Union declared war on Finland. A few days later, Hitler gave instructions for the coming war with the Soviet Union. Here is one passage. On the flanks of our operation we can count on active intervention from Romania and Finland in the war against the Soviet Union. Jacobson, OPCIT. Volume 1, p. 118. Britain and France, worried about not getting caught up in this strange war, charged headlong into a real war against the Bolshevik menace. In 3 months, Britain, France, the US, and Fascist Italy sent 700 planes, 1,500 cannons and 6,000 machine guns to Finland, victim of aggression. Pavel's Helene, Ambitions et Méprises du Troisième Reich, Moscow, Editions du Progrès, 1972, p. 74. The French General Weygand went to Syria and Turkey to prepare an attack against the Soviet Union from the south. The French Chief of Staffs prepared to bomb the Baku oil fields. At the same time, General Sereni cried out. In fact, Baku, with its annual oil production of 23 million tons, dominates the situation. If we succeed in conquering the Caucasus, or if these refineries were simply set alight by our air force, the monster would collapse exhausted. Bernard Sereni, El Alamagna face à la guerre totale, Paris, Editions Grasset, 1940, p. 228. Even though no shot had been fired against the Hitlerites, despite the fact that they were in a state of war, the French government regrouped an expeditionary force of 50,000 men to fight the Reds. Chamberlain declared that Britain would send 100,000 soldiers. Falsificateurs de l'Histoire, Brussels, Editions ABS, 1948, p. 118. But these troops were unable to reach Finland before the Red Army defeated the Finnish army. A peace accord was signed on March 14, 1939. Later on, during the war, a Gaullist publication appearing in Rio de Janeiro claimed, at the end of the 1939–1940 winter, Chamberlain's and Daladier's political and military plot failed. Its purpose was to provoke a backlash against the Soviet Union and to end the conflict between the Anglo-French alliance and Germany through a compromise and an anti-Comintern alliance. This plot consisted in sending an Anglo-French expedition to help the Finns, the intervention thereby provoking a state of war with the Soviet Union. Petite Encyclopédie Politique du Monde, Rio de Janeiro, Editions Chanticleer, 1943, p. 136. The Germano-Soviet Pact and the defeat of Finland prepared the conditions for the Red Army's victory over the Nazis. These two events had four important implications. They prevented the formation of a united front of the imperialist powers against the Socialist Soviet Union. A German attack in 1939 would certainly have provoked a Japanese intervention in Siberia. What in fact happened was that the Soviet Union succeeded in signing with Japan a non-aggression pact that held until the defeat of fascism. France and Britain, which had both refused throughout the 30s a collective security system, were forced into an effective military alliance with the Soviet Union once Germany broke the Germano-Soviet Pact. The Soviet Union was able to advance its defenses by 150 to 300 kilometers. This factor had great influence on the defense of Leningrad and Moscow at the end of 1941. The Soviet Union won 21 months of peace, allowing it to decisively reinforce its defense industry and its armed forces. Did Stalin poorly prepare the anti-fascist war? When Khrushchev seized power, he completely inverted the party's line. To do this, he denigrated Stalin and his Marxist-Leninist politics. In a series of incredible slanders, he even denied Stalin's lead in preparing for and undertaking the anti-fascist war. So Khrushchev claimed that in the years 1936 to 1941, Stalin poorly prepared the country for war. Here are his statements. Stalin put forward the thesis that the tragedy was the result of the unexpected attack of the Germans against the Soviet Union. But, comrades, this is completely untrue. As soon as Hitler came to power in Germany, he assigned to himself the task of liquidating communism. Many facts from the pre-war period clearly showed that Hitler was going all out to begin a war against the Soviet state. Had our industry been mobilized properly and in time to supply the army with the necessary materiel, our wartime losses would have been decidedly smaller. Oh, our army was badly armed. Soviet science and technology produced excellent models of tanks and artillery POCs before the war. But mass production of all this was not organized. Khrushchev, Secret Report, pp. S36, S38. That the participants in the 20th Congress could listen to these slanders without indignant protests coming from every part says a lot about the political degeneration that had already taken place. In the room, there were dozens of marshals and generals who knew to what extent those statements were ridiculous. At the time, they did not say anything. Their narrow professionalism, their exclusive militarism, their refusal of political struggle within the army, their refusal of the ideological and political leadership of the party over the army, these factors all brought them closer to Khrushchev's revisionism. Zhukov, Vasilevsky, Rokossovsky, all great military leaders, never accepted the necessity of the army purge in 1937 to 1938. Nor did they understand the political implications of Bukharin's trial. Hence they supported Khrushchev when he replaced Marxism-Leninism with theses taken from the Mensheviks, the Trotskyists, and the Bukharinists. There is the explanation for the marshals' silence over Khrushchev's lies about the Second World War. They refuted these lies later on in their memoirs, when there were no longer any political implications and when these questions had only become academic. In his 1970 memoirs, Zhukov correctly underscored, against Khrushchev's allegations, that the real defense policy began with Stalin's decision to industrialize in 1928. We could have put off a steep rise in the heavy industry for some 5 or 7 years and given the people more consumer goods, and sooner. Our people had earned this right 1,000 times. This path to development was highly attractive. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 107. Stalin prepared the defense of the Soviet Union by having more than 9,000 factories built between 1928 and 1941 and by making the strategic decision to set up to the east a powerful industrial base. 137. With respect to the industrialization policy, Zhukov gave tribute to Thuistom and acumen of the party line, finally indicated by history. 107. In 1921, in almost all areas of military production, they had to start from nothing. During the years of the first and second five-year plans, the party had planned that the war industries would grow faster than other branches of industry. 138. Here are the significant numbers for the first two plans. The annual production of tanks for 1930 was 740 units. It rose to 2,271 units in 1938. 139. For the same period, annual plane construction rose from 860 to 5,500 units. 140. During the third five-year plan, between 1938 and 1940, industrial production increased 13% annually, but defense industry production rose by 39%. La Grande Guerre Nationale, OPCIT. p. 33. The breathing space offered by the Germano-Soviet Pact was used by Stalin to push military production to the hilt. Zhukov testified. Experienced party workers and prominent experts were assigned to large defense enterprises as CC party organizers, to help the plants have everything needed and ensure attainment of targets. I must say that Stalin himself worked much with defense enterprises. He was personally acquainted with dozens of directors, party leaders, and chief engineers. He often met with them, demanding fulfillment of plans with a persistence typical of him. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 191. The military deliveries that took place between January 1, 1939 and June 22, 1941 are impressive. Artillery received 92,578 units, including 29,637 cannons and 52,407 mortars. New mortars, 82 mm and 120 mm, were introduced just before the war. Zhukov, OPCIT. Pages 198 to -199. La Grande Guerre Nationale, OPCIT. p. 33. The Air Force received 17,745 fighter aircraft, including 3,719 new models. In the area of aviation, the measures taken between 1939 and 1941 created the conditions necessary to quickly obtain during the war quantitative and qualitative superiority. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 201. La Grande Guerre Nationale, OPCIT. p. 33. The Red Army received more than 7,000 tanks. In 1940, production of the medium-sized T-34 tank and heavy KV tank, superior to the German tanks, began. There were already 1,851 produced when war broke out. Zhukov, OPCIT. Pages 197. La Grande Guerre Nationale, OPCIT. p. 33. Referring to these achievements, as if to express his disdain for Khrushchev's accusations, Zhukov made a telling self-criticism. Recalling what we military leaders demanded of industry in the very last months of peace, I can see that we did not always take full stock of the country's real economic possibilities. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 192. The actual military preparation was also pushed to the hilt by Stalin. The military confrontations in May-August 1939 with Japan and in December 1939-March 1940 with Finland were directly linked with the anti-fascist resistance. These combat experiences were carefully analyzed to strengthen the Red Army's weaknesses. In March 1940, a Central Committee meeting examined the operations against Finland. Zhukov related. Discussions were sharp. The system of combat training and educating troops was strongly criticized. 180. In May, Zhukov paid a visit to Stalin. Now that you have this combat experience, Stalin said, "Take upon yourself the command of the Kiev military district and use this experience for training the troops." 170. For Stalin, Kiev was of significant military importance. He expected that the main attack in the German attack would focus on Kiev. Stalin was convinced that in the war against the Soviet Union the Nazis would first try to seize the Ukraine and the Donetsk coal basin in order to deprive the country of its most important economic regions and lay hands on the Ukrainian grain, Donetsk coal and, later, Caucasian oil. During the discussion of the operational plan in the spring of 1941, Stalin said, "Nazi Germany will not be able to wage a major lengthy war without those vital resources." 211. In summer and fall 1940, Zhukov made his troops undergo intense combat preparation. He noted that he had with him capable young officers and generals. He made them learn the lessons resulting from German operations against France. 173. From December 23, 1940 to January 13, 1941, all leading officers were brought together for a large conference. At the center of debates, the future war with Germany. The experience that the fascists had accumulated with large tank corps was carefully examined. The day after the conference, a great operational and strategic exercise took place on a map. Stalin attended. Zhukov wrote. The strategic situation was based on probable developments in the western frontier zone in the event of a German attack on the Soviet Union. 184. Zhukov led the German aggression, Pavlov the Soviet resistance. Zhukov noted. The game abounded in dramatic situations for the eastern side. They proved to be in many ways similar to what really happened after June 22, 1941, when Fascist Germany attacked the Soviet Union. Pavlov had lost the war against the Nazis. Stalin rebuked him in no uncertain terms. The officer commanding a district must be an expert in the art of war and he must be able to find correct solutions in any conditions, which is what you failed to do in this game. 185 to -186. Building of fortified sectors along the new western border began in 1940. By the beginning of the war, 2,500 cement installations had been built. There were 140,000 men working on them every day. Stalin was also pushing us with that work, wrote Zhukov. 213. The 18th Congress of the party, February 15 to -20, 1941, dealt entirely with preparing industry and transportation for the war. Delegates coming from all over the Soviet Union elected a number of extra military members to the Central Committee. Stalin, OPCIT. p. 212. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 209. Early in March 1941, Timoshenko and Zhukov asked Stalin to call up the infantry reservists. Stalin refused, not wanting to give the Germans a pretext for provoking war. Finally, late in March, he accepted to call up 800,000 reservists, who were sent to the borders. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 196. In April, the chiefs of staff informed Stalin that the troops from the Baltic, Belarusia, Kiev and Odessa military regions would not be sufficient to push back the attack. Stalin decided to advance 28 border divisions, grouped into 4 armies, and insisted on the importance of not provoking the Nazis. 217 to -218. On May 5, 1941, in the Kremlin Great Palace, Stalin spoke to officers coming out of the military academies. His main theme: the Germans are wrong in thinking that it's an ideal, invincible army. 225. All these facts allow one to refute the standard slanders against Stalin. He prepared the army for the offensive, but not for the defensive. He believed in the Germano-Soviet Pact and in Hitler, his accomplice. He did not believe that there would be a war with the Nazis. The purpose of these slanders is to denigrate the historic achievements of the Communists and, consequently, to increase the prestige of their opponents, the Nazis. Zhukov, who played a crucial role in Khrushchev's seizure of power between 1953 and 1957, still insisted, in his memoirs, on giving the lie to Khrushchev's secret report. He concluded as follows about the country's preparation for war. It seems to me that the country's defense was managed correctly in its basic and principal features and orientations. For many years everything possible or almost everything was done in the economic and social aspects. As to the period between 1939 and the middle of 1941, the people and party exerted particular effort to strengthen defense. Our highly developed industry, the kolkhoz system, universal literacy, the unity of nations, the strength of the socialist state, the people's great patriotism, the party leadership which was ready to unite the front and rear in one whole. This was the splendid foundation of our immense country's defensive capacity, the underlying cause of the great victory we won in the fight against fascism. The fact that in spite of enormous difficulties and losses during the 4 years of the war, Soviet industry turned out a colossal amount of armaments. Almost 490,000 guns and mortars, over 102,000 tanks and self-propelled guns, over 137,000 military aircraft. Shows that the foundations of the economy from the military, the defense standpoint, were laid correctly and firmly. 226. In basic matters. Matters which in the end decide a country's fate in war and determine whether it is to be victory or defeat. The party and the people prepared their motherland for defense. 227. The day of the German attack. To attack the tremendous prestige of Stalin, undoubtedly the greatest military leader of the anti-fascist war, his enemies like to refer to the incredible mistake that he made by not predicting the exact date of the aggression. Khrushchev, in his secret report, stated, "Documents show that by April 3, 1941 Churchill, personally warned Stalin that the Germans had begun regrouping their armed units with the intent of attacking the Soviet Union. However, Stalin took no heed of these warnings." Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. pp. S36-S37. Khrushchev continued by stating that Soviet military attaches in Berlin had reported rumors according to which the attack against the Soviet Union would take place on May 14 or June 15. Despite these particularly grave warnings, the necessary steps were not taken to prepare the country properly for defense. When the fascist armies had actually invaded Soviet territory and military operations began, Moscow issued the order that the German fire was not to be returned. A certain German citizen crossed our border and stated that the German armies had received orders to start the offensive against the Soviet Union on the night of June 22 at 3 o'clock. Stalin was informed about this immediately, but even this warning was ignored. 37-39. This version is found throughout bourgeois and revisionist literature. Elienstein, for example, wrote that under the dictatorial and personal system that Stalin had set up, no one dared to say that he had erred. Jean Elienstein, Stalin, Paris, Fayard, 1984, p. 262. What can be said about the first day of the war? Stalin knew perfectly well that the war would be of extreme cruelty, that the fascists would exterminate without mercy the Soviet communists, and would, using unprecedented terror, reduce the Soviet peoples to slavery. Hitlerian Germany was reinforced by Europe's economic potential. Each month, each week of peace meant a significant reinforcement of the Soviet Union's defense. Marshal Vasilevsky wrote, "The political and state leaders in the country saw war coming and exerted maximum efforts to delay the Soviet Union's entry into it. This was a sensible and realistic policy. Its implementation required above all a skillful conduct of diplomatic relations with the capitalist countries, especially with the aggressors. The army had received strict orders to avoid any action that the Nazi leaders could use to exacerbate the situation or to make a military provocation." Vasilevsky, OPCIT. p. 84. The situation on the borders had been very tense since May 1941. It was important to keep one's cool and to not get entangled in German provocations. Vasilevsky wrote about this subject. The state of alert in a border area is in itself an extreme development. He premature alert of the troops may be just as dangerous as the delay in giving it. Quite often there is still a long distance from hostile policies of a neighbor country to a real war. 83. Hitler had not succeeded in invading Britain, not in shaking it. But the British Empire was still the world's leading power. Stalin knew that Hitler would do anything to avoid a war on two fronts. There were good reasons to believe that Hitler would do everything it could to beat Britain before engaging the Soviet Union. For several months, Stalin had been receiving information from Soviet intelligence services announcing that the German aggression would begin in 1 or 2 weeks. Much of this information was rumor spread by Britain or the US, who wanted to turn the fascist wolves against the socialist country. Each defense measure of the Soviet borders was manipulated by the right in the US to announce an imminent attack by the Soviet Union against Germany. De Borin, OPCIT. Pages 73 to 74. Zhukov wrote. The spring of 1941 was marked by a new wave of false rumors in the Western countries about large-scale Soviet war preparations against Germany. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 224. The Anglo-American right was pushing the fascists to fight the Soviet Union. Furthermore, Stalin had no guarantees as to the British or US reaction to a Nazi aggression against the Soviet Union. In May 1941, Rudolf Hess, number 2 in the Nazi Party, had landed in Scotland. Sefton Demler, who ran a British radio station specialized in propaganda broadcasts destined for Germany, noted in his book. Hess stated that the object of his flight to Scotland had been to make peace with Britain. On any terms, providing that Britain would then join Germany in attacking Russia. A victory for England as the ally of the Russians, said Hess, will be a victory for the Bolsheviks. And a Bolshevik victory will sooner or later mean Russian occupation of Germany and the rest of Europe. Sefton Demler, Black Boomerang, London, Secker and Warburg, 1962, pages 59 to 60. In Britain, the current to make a deal with the USSR had deep roots. A recent event shows this once again. In early 1993, a controversy took place in Britain with John Charmley's bibliography of Churchill, The End of Glory. Alan Clark, former Minister of Defense under Thatcher, intervened to state that it would have been better if Churchill had made peace with Germany in spring 1941. Nazi Germany and Bolshevik Russia would have mutually destroyed each other and Britain would have maintained its empire. De Morgan, January 23, 1993, p. 21. Let us return to early 1941. Stalin was receiving at the time varied information, from all over the world, announcing an imminent German attack against Britain. When Stalin saw simultaneous reports coming from Britain, announcing an imminent Nazi attack against the Soviet Union, he had to ask himself, to what extent are these British lies, whose aim is to prevent a Hitlerian attack against Britain? After the war, it was learned that German Marshal Keitel, applying instructions from Hitler given on February 3, 1941, had followed a directive for misinforming the enemy. Zhukov wrote. Maps of England were printed in vast quantities, English interpreters were attached to units, preparations were made for sealing off some areas along the coast of the English Channel, the Strait of Dover and Norway. Information was spread about an imaginary airborne corps, make-believe rocket batteries were installed along the shore, the flood of propaganda was turned against England and the usual diatribes against the Soviet Union stopped. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 223. All this explains Stalin's extreme caution. He was hardly the blind dictator that Elienstein depicts, but well a very lucid communist leader who weighed all possibilities. Zhukov testified. Stalin did say to me one day, "A man is sending me very important information about the intentions of the Hitler government, but we have some doubts." Perhaps he was speaking of Richard Zarga, famous Soviet spy. 228. According to Zhukov, the Soviet intelligence services bear their responsibility in the erroneous prediction of the attack date. On March 20, 1941, their leader, General Golikov, submitted to Stalin a report containing information of vital importance. The attack would take place between May 15 and June 15. But in his conclusions, Golikov noted that this was probably misinformation coming from the English or perhaps even the German intelligence service. Golikov estimated that the attack would probably take place after German victory over England. 228-229. On June 13, Marshal Timoshenko phoned Stalin to place the troops on alert. "We will think it over," Stalin replied. The next day, Timoshenko and Zhukov came back. Stalin told them, "You propose carrying out mobilization, alerting the troops and moving them to the western borders. That means war. Do you two understand that or not?" Zhukov replied that, according to their intelligence services, the mobilization of the German divisions was complete. Stalin replied, "You can't believe everything in intelligence reports." At that very moment, Stalin received a phone call from Khrushchev. Zhukov relates, "From his replies we gathered that they talked about agriculture." "That's good," Stalin said after listening for a while. N.S. Khrushchev must have painted the prospects for a good harvest in rosy colors. 230. From Zhukov, this remark is incredible. We know that Khrushchev attacked Stalin's lack of vigilance and irresponsibility. But at the time that Zhukov, Timoshenko, and Stalin were evaluating the chances of an imminent aggression, the vigilant Khrushchev was discussing grain and vegetables. The evening of June 21, a German deserter reported that the attack would take place the next night. Timoshenko, Zhukov, and Vachidin were called to Stalin's place. But perhaps the German general sent this deserter to provoke a conflict, Stalin asked. Timoshenko, "We think the deserter is telling the truth." Stalin, "What are we to do?" Timoshenko, "A directive must immediately be given to alert all the troops of border districts." After a brief discussion, the military men drew up a text, which was slightly modified by Stalin. Here is the essence. I order. During the night of 21.6.41 the firing posts in the fortified areas on the state border are to be secretly occupied. B. Before dawn on 22.6.41 all aircraft including Army aviation are to be dispersed among the field aerodromes, and carefully camouflaged. C. All units are to be alerted. Forces are to be kept dispersed and camouflaged. 232-233. Signed Timoshenko and Zhukov. The transmission to the various regions was finished soon after midnight. It was already June 22, 1941. Khrushchev wrote about the first months of the war. After the first severe disaster and defeat at the front, Stalin thought that this was the end. Stalin for a long time actually did not direct the military operations and ceased to do anything whatever. He returned to active leadership only when some members of the political bureau visited him. Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. p. S40. Here was an attempt to call a Central Committee plenum in October 1941, when Central Committee members from the whole country were called to Moscow. Stalin did not even want to meet and talk to the Central Committee members. This fact shows how demoralized Stalin was in the first months of the war. S19-S20. Elienstein adds to this. Drinking strong vodka, he remained drunk for almost 11 days. Elienstein, OPCIT. p. 269. Let us return to Stalin, dead drunk for the last 11 days and demoralized for another 4 months. When Zhukov announced to Stalin on June 22, 1941, at 3:40 in the morning, that German planes had bombed border cities, Stalin told him to convoke the Politburo. Its members met at 4:30. Vachidin told them that the German land forces had begun their offensive. Soon after came the German declaration of war. Zhukov, OPCIT. pp 235-236. Stalin understood better than anyone the savagery that the country would have to endure. He kept a long silence. Zhukov recalled this dramatic moment. Stalin himself was strong-willed and no coward. It was only once I saw him somewhat depressed. That was at the dawn of June 22, 1941, when his belief that the war could be avoided was shattered. 268. Zhukov proposed that the enemy units should be attacked immediately. Stalin told him to write up the directive, which was sent at 7:15. But considering the balance of forces and the situation obtaining it proved plainly unrealistic and was therefore never carried out. 236. Khrushchev's affirmation that Stalin had issued the order that the German fire was not to be returned is clearly false. Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. p. s. 39. If Stalin was affected when he heard that the war broke out, after June 22, 1941, and throughout the war Stalin firmly governed the country, led the armed struggle and international affairs together with the Central Committee and the Soviet government. 268. Already, on June 22, Stalin took decisions of vital importance. Zhukov testified that at 1300 hours on that day, Stalin telephoned him to say, "Our front commanders lack combat experience and they have evidently become somewhat confused. The Politburo has decided to send you to the Southwestern Front as representative of the General Headquarters of the High Command. We are also sending Marshal Shapashnikov and Marshal Kulik to the Western Front." 238. The High Command was the college of military and political leaders around the supreme leader, Stalin. At the end of the day, Zhukov was already in Kiev. He learned upon arrival that Stalin had given a directive to begin counter-offensive operations. Zhukov thought the directive premature, given that the chiefs of staff did not have sufficient information about what was happening on the front. Nevertheless, on June 24, Zhukov sent the 8th and 15th Mechanized Corps on the offensive. They successfully dealt one of their first counter-blows at the enemy. 242. With good reason, Zhukov draws attention to the grandiose border battle of the initial period in the war, which is little studied in his opinion. And with good reason. To further his political intrigues, Khrushchev painted this period as a series of criminal errors by Stalin, who completely disorganized the defense. But, facing the Nazi blitzkrieg, disorganization, defeats and important losses were to a great extent inevitable. The important fact is that, placed in very difficult circumstances, the army and its leading cadres undertook phenomenal, determined resistance. Their heroic fighting began to create, right from the very first days, the conditions for the defeat of blitzkrieg warfare. All this was possible, to a great extent, because of Stalin's energetic resistance. Right from June 26, Stalin took the strategic decision to build a reserve front, some 300 kilometers behind the front, to stop the enemy should it succeed in breaking through the defenses. That very day, the Western Front was broken and the Nazis charged toward Minsk, the capital of Belarusia. That evening, Stalin convoked Timoshenko, Zhukov, and Vachidin and told them, "Think together and decide what can be done about the current situation." Zhukov reported, all these proposals were approved by Stalin. Building up a defense in depth on the approaches to Moscow, continuously harrying the enemy and checking his advance on one of the lines of defense, then organizing a counter-offensive, by bringing up for this purpose troops from the Far East together with new formations. 256. On June 29, a series of measures were taken. Stalin would announce them to the people in his famous radio speech of July 3, 1941. Its content reached the Soviets by its simplicity and by its tenacious will to win. Stalin said, The enemy is cruel and implacable. He is out to seize our lands, watered with our sweat, to seize our grain and oil secured by our labor. He is out to restore the rule of landlords, to restore Tsarism, to destroy national culture and the national state existence of the Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Lithuanians, Lets, Estonians, Uzbeks, Tatars, Moldavians, Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijanians, and the other free peoples of the Soviet Union, to Germanize them, to convert them into the slaves of German princes and barons. Thus the issue is one of life or death for the Soviet state. For the peoples of the USSR, the issue is whether the peoples of the Soviet Union shall remain free or fall into slavery. Our people must know no fear in fight and must selflessly join our patriotic war of liberation, our war against the fascist enslavers. Lenin, the great founder of our state, used to say that the chief virtue of the Bolshevik must be courage, valor, fearlessness in struggle, readiness to fight, together with the people, against the enemies of the country. The Red Army, Red Navy, and all citizens of the Soviet Union must defend every inch of Soviet soil, must fight to the last drop of blood for our towns and villages. We must strengthen the Red Army's rear, subordinating all our work to this cause. All our industries must be got to work with greater intensity to produce more rifles, machine guns, artillery, bullets, shells, airplanes. We must wage a ruthless fight against all disorganizers of the rear, deserters, panic-mongers, rumor-mongers. We must exterminate spies, diversionists, and enemy parachutists. In case of forced retreat of Red Army units, all rolling stock must be evacuated. The enemy must not be left a single engine, a single railway car, not a single pound of grain, or a gallon of fuel. In areas occupied by the enemy, guerrilla units, mounted and on foot, must be formed. Diversionist groups must be organized to combat the enemy troops, to foment guerrilla warfare everywhere. Forward, to our victory. Stalin, the German invasion of the Soviet Union. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, New York, International Publishers, 1945, pages 13 to 17. On July 10 began the Battle of Smolensk. After the seizure of that city, the Hitlerites thought that they could charge towards Moscow, 300 kilometers further on. The Battle of Smolensk raged for 2 months. The Battle of Smolensk played a crucial role in the initial period of the Great Patriotic War. According to German generals, their forces lost 250,000 officers and men. As a result, we gained time and were able to raise strategic reserves and carry out defensive measures at the Moscow sector. 275. Vasilevsky made the following remark. The Smolensk battle laid the basis for disrupting the Blitzkrieg. It was a most valuable school for testing the fighting efficiency of Soviet soldiers and commanders, including top commanders and the Supreme Command. A.M. Vasilevsky, A Lifelong Cause, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1973, p. 96. On September 30, the Nazis began their final offensive to take Moscow. Some 450,000 inhabitants of the city, 75% are women, were mobilized to build fortifications and anti-tank defenses. General Panfilov's troops led memorable battles in defense of the Volokolamsk Road, immortalized in a novel of the same name by Alexander Beck. Alexander Beck, La Chaussée de Volokolamsk, Paris, Editions Bordas, 1946. Moscow was bombed by German aviation. Panic began to seize the city's population. The Nazis were only 80 kilometers away. Part of the administration was evacuated. But Stalin decided to remain in Moscow. The battles became more and more fierce and, in early November, the Nazi offensive was stopped. After consulting with Zhukov, Stalin took the decision to organize the traditional November 7th military parade on Red Square. It was a formidable challenge to the Nazi troops camped at the gates of Moscow. Stalin made a speech, which was broadcast to the entire country. he enemy is before the gates of Leningrad and Moscow. The enemy calculated that our army would be dispersed at the very first blow and our country forced to its knees. But the enemy wholly miscalculated. Our whole country has organized itself into a single fighting camp in order, jointly with our army and navy, to rout the German invaders. Is it possible, then, to doubt that we can and must gain victory over the German invaders? The enemy is not as strong as some terror-stricken would-be intellectuals picture him. The devil is not as terrible as he is painted. Comrades, Red Army and Red Navy men, commanders and political instructors, men and women guerrillas. The whole world is looking to you as a force capable of destroying the brigand hordes of German invaders. The enslaved peoples of Europe under the yoke of the German invaders are looking to you as their liberators. A great mission of liberation has fallen to your lot. Be worthy of this mission. Under the banner of Lenin, onward to victory. Stalin, the 24th anniversary of the October Revolution, the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Revolution, pages 35 to -38. On November 15, the Nazis began their second offensive against Moscow. On November 25, some units advanced into the southern suburbs of Moscow. But on December 5, the attack was contained. Throughout this period, new troops coming from all over the country were able to reach Moscow. Even at the most dramatic moments, Stalin kept his strategic forces in reserve. Rokossovsky wrote, "The army's defenses were spread so thin that they threatened to burst. It took feats of troop juggling to prevent this from happening." K.K. Rokossovsky, A Soldier's Duty, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1985, p. 87. After having consulted all of his commanders, Stalin decided on a large counterattack, which began on December 5. Some 720,000 Red soldiers pushed back 800,000 Hitlerites 100 to 300 kilometers. For the first time, the invincible German troops were defeated, and well. In front of Moscow, the fascists lost more than 500,000 men, 1,300 tanks, 2,500 cannons, more than 15,000 motorized vehicles and much more materiel. Hitler's army had not yet suffered such losses. Vasilevsky, OPCIT. p. 128. Many consider the Battle of Moscow to be the real turning point of the anti-fascist war. It took place less than 6 months after the beginning of the Lightning War. The unflinching will, the immense organizational capacities and the mastery of large strategic problems by Stalin contributed significantly. Stalin and the Nazi War of Annihilation. When referring to the Second World War, it is important to remember that there were several wars, not one. The war led by the Anglo-American and French imperialists against their German counterpart had little in common with the national anti-fascist war led by the Soviet Union. During its struggle against the Hitlerian invasion, the French ruling class did not and could not mobilize and arm the working masses in a fight to the death against Nazism. After the defeat of his troops, Pétain, French World War I hero, signed the Act of Capitulation and became a major collaborator. Almost en masse, the French big bourgeoisie followed Hitler, trying to make the most of the German New Order. The war in the West was more or less a civilized war between civilized bourgeois. Nothing of the kind took place in the Soviet Union. The Soviet people faced a completely different war. One of Stalin's merits is to have understood this in time and to have prepared appropriately. Before Operation Barbarossa began, Hitler had already announced what was to occur. In his journal, General Halder took notes of a speech given by Hitler to his generals on March 30, 1941. The Führer spoke of the upcoming war with the Soviet Union. Battle between two ideologies. Damning judgment of Bolshevism, it is an asocial crime. Communism is a frightening danger for the future. It is a battle of annihilation. If we do not see things in this manner, we will still beat the enemy, but in 30 years, the communist enemy will oppose us once more. We are not waging war to maintain our enemy. Battle against Russia, destruction of Bolshevik commissars and of the communist intelligentsia. Jacobson, OPCIT. Pages 119 to -120. Note that discussion refers to a final solution, but not against the Jews. The first promises of a war of annihilation and of physical destruction were addressed to the communists. And, sure enough, the Bolsheviks, the Soviets, were the first victims of mass extermination. General Nagel wrote in September 1941. Unlike the Diet for other prisoners, i.e. British and US, we are under no obligation to feed the Bolshevik prisoners. Alan Clark, La Guerre à l'Est, Paris, Robert Laffont, 1966, p. 250. In the Auschwitz and Chemno extermination camps, Soviet prisoners of war were the first, or among the first, to be deliberately killed by lethal injections and gassing. Arno Meyer, Why Did the Heavens Not Darken? The Final Solution in History, New York, Pantheon Books, 1988, p. 349. There were 3,289,000 Soviet prisoners of war, dead in the concentration camps, while traveling or under various circumstances. When epidemics took place in the barracks of Soviet prisoners, Nazi guards only entered with flame-throwing teams when, for hygiene reasons, the dying and dead were burned along with their lice-ridden beds. There can easily have been 5 million assassinated prisoners, if we take into account the Soviet soldiers who were simply killed on the spot when they surrendered. Clark, OPCIT. p. 251. Therefore the first extermination campaigns, in fact the biggest, were against the Soviet peoples, including Soviet Jews. The peoples of the USSR suffered the most and endured the greatest number of dead, 23 million, but they also showed utter determination and amazing heroism. Until the invasion of the Soviet Union, there were no large massacres of Jewish populations. At the time, the Nazis had not encountered any serious resistance. But with their very first steps on Soviet soil, these noble Germans had to face adversaries who were fighting to the last man. Right in the first weeks, the Germans suffered important losses, against an inferior race, the Slavs, worse even, against Bolsheviks. The exterminating rage of the Nazis was born in their first massive losses. When the fascist beast started to bleed under the Red Army's blows, it dreamed up the final solution for the Soviet people. On November 26, 1941, the German 30th Army Corps, occupying a large Soviet territory, ordered that be taken as hostages all individuals related to partisans, all individuals suspected of being in contact with partisans, all members of the party and the Komsomol, as well as party caretakers, all former party members, and all individuals who occupied official positions before the arrival of German and Romanian troops. These hostages were to be held in concentration camps. For every German or Romanian soldier killed by a partisan, 10 of these hostages were to be executed. Meyer, OPCIT. p. 251. For each German soldier killed, the Nazis decided to execute at least 10 hostages. On December 1, 1942, during a discussion with Hitler on the war against the Soviet partisans, General Jodl summed up the German position as follows. In battle, our troops can do as they please, hang partisans, even hang them head down or quarter them. Hitler par la ses généraux, Paris, Albin Michel, 1964, pages 39 to -40. The bestiality with which the Hitlerian troops tracked down and liquidated all the party members, all the partisans, all the Soviet state leaders, along with their families, allows us to better understand the importance of the Great Purge of 1937 to -1938. In the occupied territories, unreconcilable counter-revolutionaries who had not been liquidated in 1937 to -1938 went to work for the Hitlerites, informing on all the Bolsheviks, their families, and their friends in struggle. As the war in the East became fiercer and fiercer, the Nazis' murderous folly against an entire people intensified. Himmler, talking to SS leaders, spoke in June 1942, in what was a war of annihilation. Vernichtungskampf, two races and peoples were locked in unconditional combat, on the one side this brute matter, this mass, these primeval men, or better these subhumans under mention, led by commissars, on the other, we Germans. Meyer, OPCIT. p. 281. An unprecedented, sanguinary terror, that was the weapon that the Nazis tried to use to force the Soviets into moral and political submission. Himmler said. During the battles to seize Kharkov, our reputation of striking fear and sowing terror preceded us. It is an extraordinary weapon that should always be reinforced. Heinrich Himmler, Disques Secrets, Paris, Gallimard, 1978, p. 191. And the Nazis intensified that terror. On August 23, 1942, precisely at 1800 hours, 1,000 airplanes began to drop incendiary bombs on Stalingrad. In that city of 600,000 people, there were many wooden buildings, gas tanks, and fuel tanks for industries. Eremenko, who commanded the Stalingrad front, wrote, Stalingrad was drowned by the misty flames, surrounded by smoke and soot. The entire city was burning. Huge clouds of smoke and fire rose up above the factories. The oil reservoirs appeared to be volcanoes throwing up their lava. Hundreds of thousands of peaceable inhabitants perished. One's heart got caught in one's throat in compassion for the innocent victims of the fascist victim. Eremenko, pages 153 to -154. One must have a clear view of these unbearable truths to understand certain aspects of what the bourgeoisie calls Stalinism. During the purge, unrepentant bureaucrats, defeatists, and capitulationists were affected, many were sent to Siberia. A defeatist or capitulationist party could never have mobilized and disciplined the population to face the Nazi terror. And the Soviet people did face it in the besieged cities, in Leningrad and Moscow. And even in the Stalingrad inferno, men and women survived, never surrendered and, finally, participated in the counter-offensive. During the German aggression, in June 1941, General Pavlov, commander of the Western Front, displayed grave incompetence and negligence. The result was the loss of Minsk, the Belarusian capital, on June 28. Stalin recalled Pavlov and his staff to Moscow. Zhukov noted that on a proposal of the Military Council of the Western Front, they were tried and shot. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 260. Elienstein of course writes that Stalin continued to terrorize his subordinates. Elienstein, OPCIT. p. 283. But, faced with Nazi barbarism, the Soviet leadership had to show an unflinching attitude and phenomenal endurance. Any irresponsible act had to be punished with the utmost severity. Once the fascist beast began to receive mortal wounds, it tried to take up courage by bathing in blood, by practicing genocide against the Soviet people who were under its talons. Himmler declared on December 16, 1943, in Weimar. When I was forced to give in a village the order to march against the Jewish partisans and commissars, I systematically gave the order to also kill the women and children of these partisans and these commissars. I would be a coward and a criminal with respect to our descendants if I allowed these hate-filled children of subhumans in the battle between human and subhuman. We always keep in mind that we are engaged in a primitive, natural, and original racial battle. Himmler, OPCIT. p. 205. In another speech on April 24, 1943, in Kharkov, the head of the SS said, "By what means will we succeed in removing from Russia the greatest number of men, dead or alive? We will succeed by killing them, by making them prisoner, by making them really work and by giving back certain territories to the enemy only after having completely emptied them of inhabitants. Giving men back to Russia would be a great error." 187. This reality, of the unbelievable terror that the Nazis practiced in the Soviet Union, against the first socialist country, against the communists, is almost systematically covered up or minimized in bourgeois literature. This silence has a clear goal. Those who do not know of the monstrous crimes committed against the Soviets are more likely to believe that Stalin was a dictator comparable to Hitler. The bourgeoisie covers up the real anti-communist genocide to better publicize what it has in common with Nazism, the irrational hatred of communism, the class hatred of socialism. And to better cover up the great genocide of the war, the bourgeoisie shines the light on another genocide, that of the Jews. In a remarkable book, Arno J. Meyer, whose father was left Zionist, shows that the extermination of the Jews only began once the Nazis had, for the first time, suffered heavy losses. It was in June-July 1941, against the Red Army. The bestiality against the Communists, followed by the unexpected defeats that demolished the sentiment of invincibility of the Übermenschen, supermen, created the atmosphere that led to the Holocaust. The Judeocide was forged in the fires of a stupendous war to conquer unlimited Lebensraum from Russia, to crush the Soviet regime, and to liquidate international Bolshevism. Without Operation Barbarossa there would and could have been no Jewish catastrophe, no final solution. Meyer, OPCIT. p. 234. Once the Nazis had to face the defeats on the Russian front, they decided on a global and final solution of their Jewish problem during the Wannsee Conference of January 20, 1942. For years, the Nazis had put forward their hatred of Judeo-Bolshevism, Bolshevism having been the worst invention of the Jews. The determined resistance of the Bolsheviks prevented the Hitlerians from finishing off their principal enemy. So the latter turned their frustrations on the Jews, whom they exterminated with blind fury. Since the Jewish big bourgeoisie had been conciliatory to the Hitlerian state, sometimes even collaborationist, most Jews handed themselves over to their executors. But the communist Jews, who acted in an internationalist spirit, fought the Nazis and led some of the Jewish left into resistance. The great majority of the poor Jews were gassed. But many rich Jews succeeded in escaping to the United States. After the war, they went to work for U.S. imperialism and its Middle East beachhead, Israel. They speak at length about the Jewish Holocaust, but in a pro-Israel light. At the same time, they freely voice their anti-communism, thereby insulting the memory of those communist Jews who really did fight the Nazis. We conclude with a word on how Hitler prepared the Nazis to indifferently massacre 23 million Soviet citizens. To transform his men into killing machines, he had to make them believe that a Bolshevik was subhuman, an animal. Hitler warned his troops that the enemy forces were largely composed of beasts, not soldiers, conditioned to fight with animal-like ferocity. 244. In order to push the German troops to exterminate communists, Hitler told them that Stalin and the other Soviet leaders were blood-stained criminals who had killed and rooted out millions of Russia's leading intelligentsia in a wild thirst for blood, and exercised the most cruel tyranny of all times. 106. He bloody Jew and tyrant over the people, killed, sometimes with inhuman tortures, or starved to death with truly fanatical savagery close to 30 million people. 101. So, for Hitler, the lie of 30 million victims of Stalinism served to psychologically prepare for Nazi barbarism and the genocide of Soviet communists and partisans. Note that Hitler first blamed Lenin for 30 million victims. This disgusting lie already appeared in 1926 in Mein Kampf, long before the collectivization and purge. Attacking Judeo-Bolshevism, Hitler wrote, "The Jew killed or starved about 30 million people with a truly diabolic ferocity, under inhuman tortures." Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf, New York, Rennell and Hitchcock, 1941, pages 450-451. Half a century later, Brzezinski, U.S. imperialism's official ideologue, took up these Nazi lies, word for word. It is absolutely safe to estimate the number of Stalin's victims, at no less than 20 million and perhaps as high as 40 million. Brzezinski, OPCIT. p. 27. Stalin, his personality and his military capacities. The Hitlerian aggression drenched the Soviet Union in a bath of blood and steel that surpassed all the horrors that the world had ever previously seen. Never in humanity's history has such a terrifying test, of such unfeeling violence, been imposed on a people, its cadres and its leadership. Under such conditions, it was impossible to pretend, to rationalize, or to try to save oneself with empty words and acts. The moment of truth had come for Stalin, the supreme leader of the party and the country. The war was to measure his moral and political strength, his will and endurance and his intellectual and organizational capacities. At the same time, all the truths about Stalin, revealed in a self-interested manner, by the Hitlerians and by the more respectable right, were to be tested. The war would show up without doubt Stalin the dictator, whose personal power was not affected by the slightest contradiction, the despot who did not listen to reason, the man of mediocre intelligence, etc. Half a century after the war, these slanders, put forward at the time by socialism's worst enemies, have become primary truths once again. With time, the international bourgeoisie succeeded in imposing on intellectual circles the monopoly of its class truth. Yet the Second World War itself provided ample material to denounce this lie, which is so important to save capitalism, the system of exploitation and pillage. Stalin, the dictator. We begin with the first uncontestable truth: Stalin, alone, the dictator, imposing his personal will, requiring total submission to himself. Here is Khrushchev. The power accumulated in the hands of one person, Stalin, led to serious consequences during the Great Patriotic War. Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. p. s. 36. Stalin acts for everybody, he does not reckon with anyone, he asks no one for advice. s. 43. Stalin acted not through persuasion, explanation, and patient cooperation with people, but by imposing his concepts and demanding absolute submission to his opinion. Whoever opposed this concept or tried to prove his viewpoint and the correctness of his position was doomed to removal from the leading collective and to subsequent moral and physical annihilation. s. 13. The sickly suspicion created in him a general distrust. A situation was created where one could not express one's own will. s. 34. Eisenstein followed in Khrushchev's footsteps. He is quite happy to denounce the Soviet dictatorship, in which Stalin was suspicious of all his subordinates. The errors of Stalin's leadership had tragic consequences in the first months of the war, but these took place primarily as a result of the Soviet dictatorship. Eisenstein, OPCIT. Pages 284, 282. Vasilevsky was originally assistant to Zhukov, the chief of staff. In May 1942, he became chief of staff. He worked at Stalin's side throughout the war. In elaborating a particular operational strategic decision or in examining other important issues affecting the conduct of the war, the commander-in-chief called in responsible people directly in charge of the problem under review. Periodically he would summon certain members of front military councils so as to work out, review or confirm a particular decision concerning control of battle operations. He preliminary draft of a strategic decision of plan for its implementation was drawn up by the commander-in-chief in a narrow circle of people. These were usually a few members of the Politburo and the State Defense Committee. This work would often take several days. In the course of it, the commander-in-chief would normally confer with commanders and members of military councils of the respective fronts. Note that the State Committee for Defense, headed by Stalin, was responsible for the leadership of the country and all authority was concentrated in its hands. Vasilevsky continued. He Central Committee Politburo and Army leadership always relied on collective decision-making. That is why the strategic decisions taken collectively and drawn up by the Supreme Command as a rule corresponded to the situation at the fronts, while the requirements made upon people were realistic. Vasilevsky, OPCIT. Pages 91 to -93. Vasilevsky also thought that Stalin's style of work improved during the Battle of Stalingrad, then during the great offensives against the Hitlerians. The big turning point for Stalin as Supreme High Commander came in September 1942. When the situation became very grave and there was a special need for flexible and skilled leadership in regard to military operations. He was obliged constantly to rely on the collective experience of his generals. Thenceforth one would often hear him say, "Why the devil didn't you say so?" From then on, before he took a decision on any important war issue, Stalin would take advice and discuss it together with his deputy, the top general staff personnel, heads of chief departments of the People's Defense Commissariat and front commanders, as well as People's Commissars in charge of the defense industry. 449. During the entire war, General Shtimenko worked for the Chief of Staff, first as Chief of Operations, then as Under Chief of Staff. I must say that Stalin did not decide and did not like to decide for himself important questions about the war. He understood perfectly well the necessity of collective work in this complex area. He recognized those who were experts on such and such a military problem, took into account their opinion and gave each their due. Shtimenko, L'État Major General Soviétique en Guerre, Moscow, Editions du Progrès, 1976, Volume 2, p. 319. Zhukov described many vivid conversations and underscored the manner in which they were resolved. Often sharp arguments arose at the committee sittings. Views were expressed in definite and sharp terms. If no agreement was reached at the sitting, a commission would be immediately formed of representatives of the two extreme sides which had to reach an agreement and report on the proposals it would work out. In all, the State Committee for Defense adopted some 10,000 resolutions on military and economic matters during the war. Zhukov, OPCIT. Pages 267 to -268. Khrushchev's image of Stalin, the lone man who leans on no one, is falsified by an event during the war, in the beginning of August 1941, which implicated Khrushchev himself and Commander Kirponos. Vasilevsky recalled the anecdote, probably thinking of the passage in Khrushchev's secret report that reads, "At the beginning of the war we did not even have sufficient numbers of rifles." Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. p. s. 38. Stalin had given his approval to Khrushchev for an offensive that would start August 5, 1941. But at the same time, Stalin told him to prepare the defense line that he, Stalin, had proposed. Stalin explained that in warfare, you have to prepare for the bad and even the very bad as well as the good. That is the only way of avoiding blunders. But Khrushchev made all sorts of unreasonable demands that the headquarters could not meet. Stalin said, "It would be silly to think that you are going to get everything ready-made from somewhere else. Learn to supply and reinforce yourself. Set up reserve units attached to the armies, turn some factories over to making rifles, machine guns, get cracking. Leningrad has been able to start manufacturing Katyusha rockets. Comrade Stalin, all your instructions will be put into effect. Unfortunately, we are unfamiliar with the Katyusha rocket. Your people have the blueprints, and they've had the models for ages. It's your own fault for being so ignorant of this crucial weapon." Vasilevsky, OPCIT. p. 99. That was how Stalin taught his subordinates, here Khrushchev, to show initiative, creativity, and a sense of responsibility. In July 1942, Rokossovsky, who had led with much success an army up to then, was named commander of the Bryansk front by Stalin. He was unsure of whether he was competent. He was warmly received by Stalin, who explained the position. Rokossovsky described the end of the interview. "When I had finished and was about to leave, Stalin said, 'Don't go yet.' He phoned Poskryabyshev and asked him to call in a general just removed from the command at the front. The following dialogue took place. You say that we have punished you wrongly. Yes, because the GHQ representative kept getting in my way. How? He interfered with my orders, held conferences when it was necessary to act, gave contradictory instructions. In general, he tried to override the commander. So he got in your way. But you were in command of the front. Yes. The party and the government entrusted the front to you. Did you have a telephone? Yes. Then why didn't you report that he was getting in your way? I didn't dare complain about your representative. Well, that is what we have punished you for, not daring to pick up the receiver and phone up, as a result of which you failed to carry out the operation. I walked out of the Supreme Commander's office with the thought that, as a new-fledged front commander, I had just been taught an object lesson. Believe me, I made the most of it. Rokossovsky, OPCIT. Pages 118 to -119. That was how Stalin sanctioned those generals who did not dare defend their opinion by addressing him directly. Stalin, the hysteric. Let us consider another uncontestable truth: Stalin ran a personal dictatorship, often behaved hysterically, was a charlatan and led the war irresponsibly without knowing the real situation on the ground. Once again, the man who wanted to return to the great Lenin, Khrushchev, had something to offer on the subject. Even after the war began, the nervousness and hysteria which Stalin demonstrated caused our army serious damage. Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. p. S40. Stalin began to tell all kinds of nonsense about Zhukov, among others the following. It is said that before each operation at the front Zhukov used to behave as follows: he used to take a handful of earth, smell it and say, "We can begin the attack," or the opposite, "The planned operation cannot be carried out." S42. Stalin planned operations on a globe. Animation in the hall. Yes, comrades, he used to take the globe and trace the front line on it. S41. Stalin was very far from an understanding of the real situation which was developing at the front. This was natural because, during the whole patriotic war, he never visited any section of the front. S40. Elienstein, who avoids making a fool of himself with Khrushchev's stupid remarks about a globe, still attacks Stalin's detestable leadership methods. An important fact must be pointed out about Stalin's actions during the war: it is his almost total absence, for the combatants and for the civilian population. He never went to the front. Elienstein, OPCIT. p. 285. Here is how Zhukov presented Stalin, the nervous hysteric who could not stand for the slightest contradiction. As a rule, the general headquarters worked in an orderly, business-like manner. Everyone had a chance to state his opinion. Stalin was equally stern to everybody and rather formal. He listened attentively to anybody speaking to the point. Incidentally, I know from my war experience that one could safely bring up matters unlikely to please Stalin, argue them out and firmly carry the point. Those who assert it was not so are wrong. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 281. Now let us examine the unforgettable scene where Zhukov went to visit the dictator, globe in hand, to approximately, of course, indicate the front line. Upon returning, Zhukov wrote, "It was impossible to go to Stalin without being perfectly familiar with the situation plotted on the map and to report tentative or, which was worse, exaggerated information. Stalin would not tolerate hit or miss answers, he demanded utmost accuracy and clarity. Stalin seemed to have a knack of detecting weak spots in reports and documents. He immediately laid them open and severely reprimanded those responsible for inaccuracies. He had a tenacious memory, perfectly remembered whatever was said and would not miss a chance to give a severe dressing down. That is why we drafted staff documents as best we possibly could under the circumstances." 282. As for General Shtimenko, he directly addressed Khrushchev's accusation that Stalin, not visiting the front, could not know the realities of war. The Supreme Commander could not, in our opinion, visit the fronts more frequently. It would have been an unforgivably light-headed act to abandon, even for a short period, the General Headquarters, to decide a partial question on a single front. Chtimenko, OPCIT. p. 354. Such travel was useless, claimed Vasilevsky. Stalin received at headquarters very detailed and very complete information, so he could, while in Moscow, take decisions properly and with dispatch. Vasilevsky, OPCIT. p. 451. Stalin made his decisions not only from data known provided by headquarters, but also taking into account particularities of the given situation. Vasilevsky, OPCIT. p. 375. How did he do so? Stalin received all the important information that came from the offices of the Chief of Staff, the Minister of Defense and the political leadership of the Red Army. His knowledge of the particular situation on the different fronts came from two sources. First, the front commanders regularly sent him reports. Then, according to Zhukov, Stalin based his judgments of crucial issues on the reports furnished by General Headquarters representatives, whom he would send to the fronts for on-the-spot assessment of the situation and consultations with respective commanders, on conclusions made at the General Headquarters and suggestions by front commanders and on special reports. Zhukov, pages 282-283. The General Headquarters representatives were to send a report to Stalin every day. On August 16, 1943, the first day of an important operation near Kharkov, Vasilevsky did not send his report. Stalin immediately sent him the message. I warn you for the last time that if you ever fail to do your duty to the GHQ again, you will be removed from your post as Chief of General Staff and recalled from the front. Vasilevsky, p. 285. Vasilevsky was thunderstruck, but was not offended by this brutality. On the contrary, he wrote, Stalin was just as categorical with other people. He required similar discipline from every representative of the GHQ. My feeling is that the lack of any indulgence to an GHQ representative was justified in the interests of efficient control of hostilities. Stalin very attentively followed the course of events at the front, quickly reacted to all changes in them and firmly held troop control in his own hands. As opposed to Khrushchev, who claimed to have seen an irresponsible and charlatanesque Stalin, Vasilevsky, who worked for 34 months at Stalin's side, analyzed the latter's style of work as follows. Stalin paid a great deal of attention to creating an efficient style of work in the GHQ. If we look at the style from autumn 1942, we see it as distinguished by reliance on collective experience in drawing up operational and strategic plans, a high degree of exactingness, resourcefulness, constant contact with the troops and a precise knowledge of the situation at the fronts. Stalin as Supreme High Commander was extremely exacting to all and sundry, a quality that was justified, especially in wartime. He never forgave carelessness in work or failure to finish a job properly. 450. A detailed example convincingly shows how Stalin's irresponsible leadership methods really worked. In April 1942, a Red Army offensive to liberate the Crimea failed. The High Command was given orders to stop it and to organize a staggered defense. 21 Soviet divisions faced 10 Nazi divisions. But on May 8, the Nazis attacked and broke through the Soviet defense. The High Command representative, Miklas, a close companion of Stalin, sent his report, to which the Supreme Commander responded. You are taking a strange position as an outside observer who has no responsibility for the Crimean front affairs. This position may be convenient, but it is utterly disgraceful. You are not some outside observer at the Crimean front, but the responsible representative of the GHQ, responsible for all the front's successes and failures and obliged to correct the command's mistakes on the spot. You together with the command are responsible for the front's left flank being utterly weak. If the entire Situation showed that the enemy was going to attack that morning and you did not take all measures to repel the enemy, just confining yourself to passive criticism, the worse for you. 159. Stalin fully criticized bureaucratic and formalist leadership methods. Comrades Kozlov and Miklas believed that their main job was to issue orders and that issuing orders was all they had to do in controlling the troops. They did not appreciate that the issuing of an order is only the start of work and that the command's chief job is to ensure that an order is implemented, to convey the order to the troops, and to arrange assistance for the troops in carrying out the command's order. As an analysis of the course of operations has shown, the front command issued their orders without account for the situation at the front, unaware of the real position of the troops. The front command did not even ensure the delivery of their orders to the armies. During the critical days of the operation, the Crimean Front Command and Comrade Miklas spent their time on long-winded fruitless meetings of the military council instead of personal contact with the army commanders and personal involvement in the course of operations. The task is that our commanders should put an end once and for all to harmful methods of bureaucratic leadership and troop control. They must not confine themselves to issuing orders, but visit the troops, the armies, and divisions more often and help their subordinates to carry out the orders. The task is that our commanding staff, commissars, and political officers should thoroughly root out elements of indiscipline among commanders of all ranks. 161. During the entire war, Stalin firmly fought against any irresponsible or bureaucratic attitude. He insisted on real presence on the ground. Stalin, of mediocre intelligence. We finish with the third truth about Stalin's personality, the brutal and cold man, of mediocre intelligence, with no consideration for his fellow humans and who had nothing but contempt for his aides. In fact, the men who had to endure this monster day after day for those 4 terrible war years offer a radically different picture of Stalin. Here is how Zhukov described his master. Though slight in stature and undistinguished in outward appearance, Stalin was nevertheless an imposing figure. Free of affectation and mannerisms, he won the heart of everyone he spoke to. His visitors were invariably struck by his candor and his uninhibited manner of speaking, and impressed by his ability to express his thoughts clearly, his inborn analytical turn of mind, his erudition and retentive memory, all of which made even old hands and big shots brace themselves and be in the alert. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 283. Stalin possessed not only an immense natural intelligence, but also amazingly wide knowledge. I was able to observe his ability to think analytically during sessions of the Party Politburo, the State Defense Committee and during my permanent work in the GHQ. He would attentively listen to speakers, sometimes asking questions and making comments. And when the discussion was over he would formulate his conclusions precisely and sum things up. Vasilevsky, OPCIT. p. 448. His tremendous capacity for work, his ability quickly to grasp the meaning of a book, his tenacious memory — all these enabled him to master, during one day, a tremendous amount of factual data, which could be coped with only by a very gifted man. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 283. Vasilevsky added to this portrait with a few comments about how Stalin related to other men. Stalin had a great capacity for organization. He worked very hard himself, but he also could make others work to the full extent of their ability, squeezing from them all that they could offer. Vasilevsky, OPCIT. p. 452. Stalin had an amazingly good memory. Stalin knew not only all the commanders of the fronts and armies, and there were over 100 of them, but also several commanders of corps and divisions, as well as the top officials of the People's Defense Commissariat, not to speak of the top personnel of the central and regional party and state apparatus. 451. In addition, Stalin knew personally a number of builders of aircraft, artillery, and tanks. He often convened them and asked of them detailed questions. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 284. Stalin's military merits. How should one evaluate the military merits of the man who led the army and the peoples of the Soviet Union during the greatest and most terrible war that history has ever seen? Here is Khrushchev's summary. Stalin very energetically popularized himself as a great leader. Let us take, for instance, our historical and military films. They make us feel sick. Their true objective is the propagation of the theme of praising Stalin as a military genius. Not Stalin, but the party as a whole, the Soviet government, our heroic army, its talented leaders and brave soldiers, the whole Soviet nation. These are the ones who assured the victory in the Great Patriotic War. Tempestuous and prolonged applause. Khrushchev, Secret Report, pp. S42-S43. It was not Stalin. Not Stalin, but the entire party. And the entire party probably took orders and instructions from the Holy Spirit. Khrushchev pretended to glorify the party, that collective entity of struggle, to diminish the role played by Stalin. Organizing the cult of the personality, Stalin usurped the victory that was won by the entire party. As if Stalin was not the most important leader of the party, the one who, throughout the war, displayed great working capacity, great stamina and foresightedness. As if the strategic decisions had not been confirmed by Stalin, but, in opposition, by his subordinates. If Stalin was not a military genius, one can only conclude that the greatest war in history, the war that humanity led against fascism, was won with no military geniuses. Because in this terrifying war, no one played a comparable role to Stalin. Even Averell Harriman, U.S. imperialism's representative, after repeating the necessary clichés about the tyrant in Stalin, clearly stated his high intelligence, that fantastic grasp of detail, his shrewdness, and the surprising human sensitivity that he was capable of showing, at least in the war years. I found him better informed than Roosevelt, more realistic than Churchill, in some ways the most effective of the war leaders. W. Averell Harriman and Elie Abel, Special Envoy to Churchill and Stalin, 1941–1946. New York, Random House, 1975, p. 536. When Stalin was present, there was no room for anyone else. Where were our military chiefs? Cried out Khrushchev the demagogue. He flattered the marshals. Wasn't it you who were the real military geniuses of the Second World War? Finally, Zhukov and Vasilevsky, the two most important military leaders, gave their opinion 15 and 20 years, respectively, after Khrushchev's infamous report. We present Vasilevsky's opinion first. The process of Stalin's growth as a general came to maturity. After the Stalingrad and especially the Kursk battles, he rose to the heights of strategic leadership. From then on, Stalin would think in terms of modern warfare, had a good grasp of all questions relating to the preparation for and execution of operations. He would now demand that military action be carried out in a creative way, with full account of military science, so that all actions were decisive and flexible, designed to split up and encircle the enemy. In his military thinking he markedly displayed a tendency to concentrate men and materiel, to diversified employment of all possible ways of commencing operations and their conduct. Stalin began to show an excellent grasp of military strategy, which came fairly easily to him since he was a past master at the art of political strategy, and of operational art as well. Vasilevsky, OPCIT. Pages 449–450. Joseph Stalin has certainly gone down in military history. His undoubted service is that it was under his direct guidance as Supreme High Commander that the Soviet armed forces withstood the defensive campaigns and carried out all the offensive operations so splendidly. Yet he, to the best of my judgment, never spoke of his own contribution. The title of Hero of the Soviet Union and rank of Generalissimus were awarded to him by written representation to the party Central Committee Politburo from front commanders. He told people plainly and honestly about the miscalculations made during the war. 452. It is my profound conviction that Stalin, especially in the latter part of the war, was the strongest and most remarkable figure of the strategic command. He successfully supervised the fronts and all the war efforts of the country on the basis of the party line. He has remained in my memory as a stern and resolute war leader, but not without a certain personal charm. 447-448. Zhukov begins by giving us a perfect example of leadership methods, as presented by Mao Zedong: concentrate the correct ideas of the masses and transform them into directives for the masses. To Stalin is usually ascribed a number of fundamental innovations, such as elaborating the methods of artillery offensive action, the winning of air supremacy, methods of encircling the enemy, the splitting of surrounded groups and their demolition by parts, etc. All these paramount problems of the art of war are the fruits of battles with the enemy, the fruits of profound thinking, the fruits of the experience of a big team of leading military leaders and the troops themselves. Here Stalin's merit lies in the fact that he correctly appraised the advice offered by the military experts and then in summarized form in instructions, directives, and regulations immediately circulated them among the troops for practical guidance. Zhukov, OPCIT. p. 285. Before and especially after the war, an outstanding role was attributed to Stalin in creating the armed forces, elaborating the fundamentals of Soviet military science and major doctrines of strategy, and even operational art. Stalin mastered the technique of the organization of front operations and operations by groups of fronts and guided them with skill, thoroughly understanding complicated strategic questions. He displayed his ability as commander-in-chief beginning with Stalingrad. In guiding the armed struggle as a whole, Stalin was assisted by his natural intelligence and profound intuition. He had a knack of grasping the main link in the strategic situation so as to organize opposition to the enemy and conduct a major offensive operation. He was certainly a worthy supreme commander. 284-285. From Stalin to Khrushchev. On February 9, 1946, Stalin presented to his electors a summary of the anti-fascist war. The war was a great school in which all of the people's forces were successfully put to the test. Stalin indirectly attacked the militarist conceptions that pretended that the Red Army was the main factor in the victory. The idea that the army was above the party, popular during Tukhachevsky's time, had resurfaced in Zhukov's circle at the end of the war. Stalin, of course, recognized the enormous achievements of the army, but, above all, it was our Soviet social system that triumphed. The war showed that our Soviet social system is a truly popular system. Second, victory is due to our Soviet political system. Our multinational state resisted all the war's tests and proved its vitality. Stalin, Discars 9 February 1946, Yevra, Editions North by East, 1975, Volume 14, pages 189-191. It would be a mistake, Stalin continued, to think that we owe our triumph uniquely to the courage of our troops. The army's heroism would have been in vain without the huge numbers of tanks, cannons, and munitions that the people made for the soldiers. And this incredible production could not have taken place without industrialization, accomplished in the excessively short period of 13 years, and without collectivization, which ended, in a short period, the permanent state of backwardness of our agriculture. Stalin also recalled the struggle led by the Trotskyists and the Bukharinists against industrialization and collectivization. Many important members of our party systematically pulled the party backwards and tried in every way to push it onto the ordinary road of capitalist development. 193-196. Stalin therefore focused, correctly, on the key role played by the party and by the working masses in the preparation for defense and for war. In February 1946, the new 5-year plan was approved. During its retreat, the German army had deliberately destroyed and burned anything that could be of use to the Soviets. 2,000 cities, 70,000 villages, and factories employing 4 million workers were totally or partially destroyed. Maurice Daub, Soviet Economic Development, London, Routledge and Keegan Paul, 1966. 6th edition, p. 301. In the invaded regions, the destruction incurred meant 40 to 60% of the potential coal, electricity, steel, metals, and machinery production. Some estimated that the Soviet Union would need several decades before it could recover from the wounds the Nazis had inflicted on its industrial apparatus. Yet, after 3 incredible years, the 1948 industrial production surpassed that of 1940. 313. With respect to the base year 1940, coal production reached an index of 123, electricity 130, laminates 102, cars and trucks 161, machine tools 154 and cement 114. Pages 148, 151. In 1950, at the end of the fourth five-year plan, industrial production was 73% or above that of 1940. Capital goods production had doubled, while consumer goods production had increased by 23% or. Dobb, OPCIT. p. 316. The fifth plan, for the period 1951 to -1955, sought yearly industrial growth of 12% or. A new twist was that consumer goods production was to see a remarkable increase, of 65% or, capital goods were to increase by 80% or in 5 years. This change in economic policy had already been announced in Stalin's 1946 summary speech. We will pay particular attention to increasing production of consumer goods, to raising the standard of living of workers, by progressively reducing the cost of goods and by creating all sorts of scientific research institutes. Stalin, OPCIT. p. 198. The U.S. takes up where Nazi Germany left off. Even before the anti-fascist war was finished, a number of U.S. generals dreamed of a shift in alliances so that they could attack the Soviet Union. For this adventure, they intended to use the Nazi army, purged of Hitler and his close entourage. The former secret servant Cookridge recalled some of the discussions in the summer of 1945. General Patton was dreaming of rearming a couple of Waffen-SS divisions to incorporate them into his U.S. Third Army and lead them against the Reds. Patton had put this plan quite seriously to General Joseph T. McNarney, Deputy U.S. Military Governor in Germany. "What do you care what those goddamn bullseyes think?" said Patton. "We're going to have to fight them sooner or later. Why not now while our army is intact and we can kick the Red Army back into Russia? We can do it with my Germans, they hate those red bastards." He inquired, Murphy later wrote, whether there was any chance of going on to Moscow, which he said he could reach in 30 days, instead of waiting for the Russians to attack the United States. E. H. Cookridge, OPCIT. Pages 127 to -128. Gehlen, the Nazi, and the CIA. General Gehlen had been the Nazi head of intelligence in the Soviet Union. In May 1945, he surrendered, along with his archives, to the U.S. He was presented to Major General Luther Siebert, head of intelligence for General Bradley's armies. At Siebert's request, Gehlen the Nazi wrote a 129-page report. Thereafter, Gehlen developed his great scheme of a secret organization engaged on intelligence work against the Soviet Union under American aegis. 122. Gehlen was introduced to the highest U.S. military authorities and, when Soviet representatives asked about the whereabouts of Gehlen and Schellenberg, 2 war criminals who should have been returned to them, the U.S. replied that they had no news of them. On August 22, 1945, they clandestinely brought Gehlen to the U.S. 125. Gehlen the Nazi negotiated with the leaders of U.S. intelligence, including Allen Dulles, and they came up with an agreement. Gehlen's spy organization would continue to serve in the Soviet Union, autonomously, and liaison with American intelligence would be maintained by U.S. officers. Furthermore, The Stalin organization would be used solely to procure intelligence on the Soviet Union and satellite countries of the Communist bloc. 135. On July 9, 1946, Gehlen was back in Germany to reactivate his Nazi spy service, under U.S. leadership. He hired dozens of upper Gestapo and SS officers, to whom he furnished false identities. 144-145. John Loftus, former U.S. intelligence officer responsible for the tracking down of former Nazis at the end of the war, noted that thousands of Ukrainian, Croatian, and Hungarian fascists were snuck into the U.S. by Araval intelligence service. Loftus writes, according to one estimate, some 10,000 Nazi war criminals entered the United States after World War II. Mark Ahrens and John Loftus, Ratlands, How the Vatican's Nazi Networks Betrayed Western Intelligence to the Soviets, London, Heinemann, 1991, pages 269-270. Right from 1947, when the US started up the Cold War, these former Nazis played an important role in the anti-communist propaganda. So we can correctly claim that US imperialism was the direct continuation of Nazi expansionism. The nuclear bomb against the Soviet Union. On July 21, 1945, during the Potsdam Conference, Truman received a report on the first US nuclear test. Margaret Truman wrote, "This freed my father to negotiate, with Stalin, with far more boldness and bluntness." Margaret Truman, Harry S. Truman, New York, William Morrow and Company, 1973, p. 273. She continued. Why father now tackled the sticky question of how and what to tell Stalin about the atomic bomb. Dad strolled over to the Russian leader and told him that the United States had created a new weapon of unusual destructive force. Prime Minister Churchill and Secretary of State Burns stood only a few yards away, studying Stalin's reaction. He was remarkably cool. 275-276. Zhukov recalled the conversation held between Stalin and Molotov upon their return to their residence. Molotov reacted immediately. "They are trying to bid up." Stalin laughed. "Let them. I'll have to talk it over with Kurchatov today and get him to speed things up." I understood they were talking about the development of the atomic bomb. G. Zhukov, Reminiscences and Reflections, Moscow, Progress, 1985, Volume 2, p. 449. Stalin was a determined and cool man who never allowed himself to be intimidated, not even by nuclear blackmail. Truman, right from the production of the first atomic weapon, perceived it as a weapon of mass terror that would ensure U.S. world hegemony. He wrote in his memoirs, "I regarded the bomb as a military weapon and never had any doubt that it should be used. When I talked to Churchill, he unhesitatingly told me he favored the use of the atomic bomb." Harry S. Truman, Memoirs, New York, Signet Book, 1965, Volume 1, p. 462. In the end of July, the Soviet Union decided to attack Japan, which was headed for inevitable military defeat. However, without the slightest military necessity, the US decided to experiment their nuclear weapons on human beings. They wanted to terrorize their adversaries to an extent that even the Nazis had not done. The main purpose of imperialism, when it massively killed Japanese, was to create terror among the Soviets. The main message was for Stalin. As soon as Churchill learned of the atomic bomb's existence, he wanted to use it against the Soviet Union. Professor Gabriel Kalko writes, Field Marshal Alan Brooke thought the Prime Minister's infantile enthusiasm bordered on the dangerous. He was already seeing himself capable of eliminating all the Russian centers of industry. Gabriel Kalko, The Politics of War, The World and United States Foreign Policy 1943. 1945, New York, Pantheon, 1990, p. 559. At Potsdam, Churchill urged that they consider it as a diplomatic lever on the Russians. 560. On August 6, 1945, having learned that Hiroshima was destroyed by the bomb, Truman declared to the people around him that it was the greatest achievement of organized science in history. Truman dared to write that in his memoirs. The decision of U.S. imperialism to indiscriminately exterminate hundreds of millions of Japanese civilians shows its inhuman and barbaric nature. It had taken up the torch from the fascist powers. In his official declaration, the same day, Truman said, "If they do not now accept our terms, they may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth." Truman, Ibid. p. 466. On August 9, a second city, Nagasaki, was destroyed by Truman's promised atomic rain. In Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 443,000 civilians were massacred. De Bourine, OPCIT. p. 265. The only potential world hegemonic power, the U.S. virulently opposed any anti-imperialist movement, fighting for independence, popular democracy, or socialism. This is the meaning of the Truman Doctrine, a doctrine of unlimited interventionism with the slogan of defending freedom, of the market, of exploitation, from communist tyranny. Here is how Truman phrased it on March 12, 1947, "It must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures." Truman, OPCIT. Volume 2, p. 128-129. This policy of interventionism was principally justified by the threat of Russian totalitarianism. Truman declared that the new menace facing us seemed every bit as grave as Nazi Germany. 124. Having eliminated Hitler, his rival for world hegemony, Truman took up all the Nazi anti-communist slanders. Here is how Truman spoke of the Soviet Union. A group of cruel but skillful fanatics who set up a dictatorship with all the trappings of a state religion. The individual became the subject of the state in perpetual enslavement. 314. So, as soon as the Nazis had been defeated, Truman took up their main direction, anti-communism and anti-Sovietism. In fact, it was Hitler himself who proposed this opening to the U.S. On August 31, 1944. A victory of our adversaries will inevitably Bolshevize Europe. The coalition of our adversaries is composed of heterogeneous elements, ultra-capitalist states on one side, ultra-communist states on the other. One day the coalition will fall apart. The important thing is to wait for the moment, no matter how grave the situation. Adolf Hitler, Hitler par la ses Généraux, Paris, Editions Albin Michel, 1964, pages 279, 264, 283. To save themselves from their inevitable defeat, the Nazis accentuated, towards the end of the war, their disgusting anti-communist slanders. Truman took them up, 18 months later. Anti-imperialist struggle and the struggle for peace. Given this background, one can better understand the international policy that Stalin followed from 1945 to 1953. Stalin was firm in his opposition to U.S. imperialism and to its war plans. To the extent that it was possible, he helped the revolutionary movements of different peoples, while remaining cautious. Stalin led a forefront struggle against the world capitalist system. He reinforced the defense of the Soviet Union, the basis for the international communist movement. He helped peoples who were on the road to popular democracy and socialism. He supported the colonized peoples who sought independence, and he encouraged the vast international movement for peace, against the new military adventures of imperialism. Stalin fully understood that the purpose of Anglo-American imperialism was to save the reactionary classes of countries neighboring the Soviet Union, the same ones that had collaborated with the Nazis, in order to integrate them into their world hegemony strategy. This direction was already clear during the war itself. On August 1, 1944, the Polish government in London set off an insurrection in Warsaw. These reactionaries began their criminal adventure solely to prevent the Red Army from liberating the Polish capital. The Red Army, which had just advanced 600 kilometers, had lost many men and much materiel. It was impossible for it to go forward to Warsaw and help the insurrection. In fact, the Polish reactionaries had deliberately hidden from the Soviets their intention to start the insurrection. But the Nazis, having concentrated several divisions in Warsaw, massacred the population and destroyed the capital. K.K. Rokossowski, OPCIT. Pages 254-263. Stalin saw this as a war within a war. He wrote to Churchill and Roosevelt. Sooner or later, the truth will be known about the handful of criminals who, in order to seize power, set off the Warsaw Adventure. Stalin, OPCIT. p. 376. On August 23, 1944, the Red Army liberated the first Hungarian village. 2 days later, Horthy's fascist government, in power since 1919, addressed the new situation. In the records, we find: the Anglo-Saxons would like the Hungarians to contain the Russians until they themselves occupy Hungary. L'Armée soviétique libératrice dans la Seconde Guerre mondiale, Moscow, Editions du Progrès, 1977. p.309. Horthy and his gang began the struggle against Red imperialism just as 35 fascist divisions prepared to defend Budapest against the Soviet army. From that day, Hungarian reaction hoped to be saved by the US, which would guarantee Hungarian independence from Soviet expansionism. In all the Central and Eastern European countries, national independence was the rallying cry of the reactionary classes in order to fight not only socialism, but also basic national interests, in order to better integrate into the US strategy of world domination. In Greece, the national resistance, led by the Communist Party, had inflicted major losses on the Nazis. When the Germans evacuated Athens on October 12, 1944, the 70,000 armed resistance controlled almost the entire territory. The British Army intervened to prevent the Greek people from forming a revolutionary government. On December 5, Churchill wrote to General Scobie: "Do not, however, hesitate to act as if you were in a conquered city where a local rebellion is in progress." Kalko, OPCIT. p. 188. And so began the long Anglo-American war against the Greek anti-fascists. By crushing the fascist armed forces in the Central and Eastern European countries, the Red Army created optimal conditions for the development of the struggles of the workers, peasant, and anti-fascists. Thanks to this aid, the masses, led by the communist parties, succeeded in installing socialist regimes, thereby creating a real national independence. They successfully outplayed the intrigues of fascist and bourgeois forces that tried to maintain power by transforming those countries into US neo-colonies. The theory of Red imperialism, which the Nazis invented at the beginning of the war in 1941 to justify their Aggressionszion, was taken up by the US in 1946. The Anglo-American interpretation of independence was well illustrated in Greece, where they massacred the forces that had led the anti-Hitlerian battles. Stalin's analysis of the international situation after the defeat of the fascist powers was presented by one of his close collaborators, Zdanov, political leader in Leningrad during the 900-day fascist blockade. Here is the text that Zdanov presented to the Information Conference of 9 Communist parties in September 1947 in Poland. These positions are important, not only because they were relevant, but because they were, one by one, rejected 9 years later after Khrushchev's coup d'état. The aim of the expansionist course of the United States is simply the establishment of world domination. This new course aims to consolidate the United States monopoly situation, which was established with the disappearance of their two most important competitors Germany and Japan. And by the weakening of its capitalist partners, Britain and France. This new course depends on a large military, economic and political program, whose application would establish in every targeted country the political and economic domination of the United States, thereby reducing those countries to satellite countries, and would establish internal regimes that would eliminate any obstacles to exploitation of these countries by U.S. capital. The most enraged and unsteady imperialist politicians have, following Churchill, begun preparing plans for launching, as quickly as possible, a preventive war against the Soviet Union, openly calling for the use against the Soviet peoples of the temporary U.S. monopoly of atomic weapons. The U.S. military strategic plan calls for the creation, in peacetime, of numerous military bases and stockpiles, far removed from the American continent and designed to be used aggressively against the Soviet Union and the new democratic countries. The U.S. monopolies place all their hopes in the restoration of a capitalist Germany. Considering that it would constitute the most important guarantee for success in the struggles against democratic forces in Europe. But on the road to their world domination ambitions, the US must face the USSR with its rising international influence, as the bastion of anti-imperialist and anti-fascist politics, the new democratic countries, which succeeded in escaping Anglo-American control, and the workers of all countries. Concessions to this new direction of the United States and of the imperialist camp would allow its creators to become more rude and aggressive. This is why the communist parties must lead the resistance, in all areas, to imperialist plans of expansion and aggression. Andrei Jdanov, Rapport d'André Jdanov sur la situation internationale, Paris, Imprimerie Maréchal, 1947, pages 5 to 7, 14, 21, 7, 26. Stalin always had confidence in the strength of the Soviet people and in the revolutionary and anti-capitalist forces throughout the world. This attitude was clearly expressed in an official declaration by Molotov in 1950. Let no one believe that the piles of arms of the warmongers scares us. It is not for us, but for the imperialists and the aggressors to be scared. Can there be any doubt that if the imperialists trigger a third world war, that this war will not mean the demise of isolated capitalist states but, rather, of the entire world capitalist system? Malenkov, L'Exxxii Anniversaire de la Grande Révolution Socialiste d'Octobre, Moscow, Editions en Langues étrangères, 1950, p. 23. In 1947, the Soviet Union built its own nuclear weapons. Stalin had succeeded in breaking U.S. nuclear nightmare diplomacy. At the same time, the Soviet Union and the communist parties of the entire world began a major international campaign to counter U.S. war plans and to ban nuclear weapons. The World Peace Council began, against imperialist aggression, the largest peace movement ever. Its manifesto, published at the end of the Second World Congress, reads: "More and more, the peoples of the world are placing their hopes in themselves, in their firmness and in their will. The struggle for peace is your struggle. Know that hundreds of millions of peace partisans are uniting and holding out their hands to you. One does not wait for peace, it is won. With the 500 million conscious souls who signed the Stockholm Appeal, we insist upon the banning of atomic weapons, general disarmament and control of these measures." Manifest Auxiliary Peuples, Revue Mondiale de la Paix, Paris, November 1950, 21:121-122. Tito's Revisionism and the United States. The Central and Eastern European countries, which led bitter struggles during the years 1945 to -1948 to build socialism, had much less experience than did the Soviet Party. Ideologically, they were not solid. The fact that hundreds of thousands of new members joined, often coming from social democratic circles, made them easily subject to opportunism and bourgeois nationalism. As early as 1948, the anti-Soviet social democratic model was adopted by the leadership of the Yugoslav Communist Party. By provoking the struggle against Tito's revisionism in 1948, Stalin showed himself to be clear-sighted and firm in his principles. 45 years later, history has completely confirmed his predictions. At the time of the German invasion in 1941, the clandestine Yugoslav party had 12,000 members, 8,000 of these were killed during the war. but it gained 140,000 members during the resistance and 360,000 more before mid-1948. Tens of thousands of kulaks, bourgeois and petits bourgeois had joined the party. James Klugman, From Trotsky to Tito, London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1951, p. 13. Tito relied more and more on these elements in his struggle against real communists. The party had no normal internal life, there was no political discussion, so no Marxist-Leninist criticism and self-criticism, the leaders were not elected but chosen. 22. In June 1948, the Information Bureau of the Communist Parties, including 8 parties, published a resolution criticizing the Yugoslav Party. It underscored that Tito paid no attention to the increase in class differences in the countryside nor to the rise of capitalist elements in the country. 9. The resolution affirmed that, starting from a bourgeois nationalist position, the Yugoslav Party had broken the Socialist United Front against imperialism. It concluded, UK nationalist line can only lead to Yugoslavia's degeneration into an ordinary bourgeois republic. 11. Once this criticism was published, Tito set off a massive purge. All the Marxist-Leninist elements of the party were wiped out. 2 members of the Central Committee, Zujovic and Hebrang, had already been arrested in April 1948. General Arso Jovanovic, Chief of Staff of the Partisan Army, was arrested and assassinated, as was General Slavko Rodic. 43. The London newspaper, The Times, referred to numerous arrests of communists upholding the Comintern resolution. It estimated the number of imprisoned persons at between 100,000 and 200,000. 143. In his report to the party's 8th Congress, held in 1948, Kurelj quoted Stalin on numerous occasions to insist that Yugoslavia was pushing back Kulak elements and would never take anti-Soviet positions. Rapport, Lepcy dans la lutte pour la Yougoslavie nouvelle, Belgrade, 1948, pages 94, 25. But, a few months later, the Titoists publicly took up the old social democratic theory of passing from capitalism to socialism without class struggle. Bebler, Vice Minister of External Affairs, declared in May 1949. We have no kulaks such as there were in the USSR. Our rich peasants took part en masse in the People's Liberation War. Would it be a mistake if we succeeded in getting the kulaks to pass over to socialism without class struggle? Klugman, OPCIT. p. 129. In 1951, Tito's team declared that the Soviet kolkhozy reflected state capitalism which, mixed together with feudal remnants, forms the social basis of the USSR. Developing Bukharin's ideas, the Titoists replaced planning by the free market. No one outside the cooperative sets production goals or categories. The Titoists organized the passage to a system with more freedom for objective economic laws to come into play. The socialist sector of our economy will triumph over capitalist tendencies through purely economic means. Directives du CC, in questions actuelles du socialisme, Paris, Agence Yougoslave d'Information, January-Feb 1952, 10:160, 161, 145. In 1953, Tito reintroduced the freedom to buy and sell land and to hire agricultural workers. In 1951, Tito compared the Yugoslav communists who remained loyal Marxist-Leninists to the Hitlerian fifth column, thereby justifying the arrest of more than 200,000 communists, according to Colonel Vladimir Dubčevic's testimony. Tito wrote, "The attacks of the fascist aggressors have proved that much importance can be attributed to a new element, the fifth column. It is a political and military element that gets into gear in preparation for aggression. Today, something similar is being attempted in our country, under different forms, particularly by the Comintern countries." 85. In the beginning of the 1950s, Yugoslavia was still essentially a feudal country. but the Titoists attacked the principle according to which a socialist state must maintain the dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1950, the Yugoslav revisionists began a forum on the problem of the withering away of the state, in particular of the role of the state in the economy. To justify the return to a bourgeois state, Gilas called the Soviet state a monstrous edifice of state capitalism that oppressed and exploited the proletariat. Still, according to Gilas, Stalin fought to increase his state capitalist empire and, internally, to reinforce the bureaucracy. The Iron Curtain, hegemony over the countries of Eastern Europe and an aggressive political line have become indispensable to him. Gilas spoke of the misery of the working class that works for the superior imperialist interests and the bureaucracy's privileges today. The USSR is objectively the most reactionary power. Stalin practices state capitalism and is the head and spiritual and political leader of the bureaucratic dictatorship. Acting as agent for US imperialism, Gilas continued. Some of the Hitlerian theories are identical to Stalin's theories, both from the standpoint of their contents and of the resulting social practice. October 1952, 14:2, 5, 18, 35-36, 30, 37, 44, 47. Let us add that Gilas, who later moved to the U.S., referred in this text to Trotsky's critique of the Stalinist system. 44. In 1948, Cardinal J was still claiming to be faithful to the anti-imperialist struggle. 2 years later, Yugoslavia upheld the U.S. war against Korea. The London Times reported, Mr. Didier sees events in Korea as a manifestation of the Soviet will to dominate the world. If this is to be resisted successfully, the workers of the world must realize that yet another pretender to world domination has appeared, and get rid of illusions about the Soviet Union representing some alleged force of democracy and peace. The Times, December 27, 1950. In Klugman, OPCIT. p. 111. So Tito had become a simple pawn in U.S. anti-communist strategy. Tito declared to the New York Herald Tribune that in the event of a Soviet attack anywhere in Europe, even if the thrust should be miles away from Yugoslavia's own borders, he would instantly do battle on the side of the West. Yugoslavia considers itself part of the collective security wall being built against Soviet imperialism. New York Herald Tribune, June 26, 1951. In Klugman, OPCIT. p. 98. In the economic field, the socialist measures that Yugoslavia had taken before 1948 were liquidated. Alexander Clifford, the Daily Mail correspondent, wrote about the economic reforms adopted in 1951. If it comes off, Yugoslavia looks like ending up a good deal less socialized than Britain. Price of goods, determined by the market that is, by supply and demand, wages and salaries, fixed on the basis of the income or profits of the enterprise, economic enterprises that decide independently what to produce and in what quantities. There isn't much classical Marxism in all of that. Daily Mail, August 31, 1951. In Klugman, OPCIT. p. 150. The Anglo-American bourgeoisie soon recognized that Tito was to be a very effective weapon in its anti-communist struggles. The April 12, 1950 issue of Business Week reads, for the United States in particular and the West in general, this encouragement of Tito has proved to be one of the cheapest ways yet of containing Russian communism. To date, the West's aid to Tito has come to $51.7 million. This is far less than the $1 billion or so that the United States has spent in Greece for the same purpose. Business Week, April 12, 1950. In Klugman, OPCIT. p. 175. This bourgeoisie intended to use Tito to encourage revisionism and to organize subversion in the socialist countries of Central and Eastern Europe. On December 12, 1949, Eden spoke to the Daily Telegraph. Tito's example and influence can decisively change the course of events in Central and Eastern Europe. Daily Telegraph, December 12, 1949. In Klugman, OPCIT. p. 191. Understanding the communist demagogy of Tito for what it really was, the London Times wrote. Titoism remains a force, however, only so long as Marshal Tito can claim to be a communist. The Times, September 13, 1949. In Klugman, OPCIT. p. 194. Titoism took power in 1948 as a bourgeois nationalist current. It is with nationalism that Yugoslavia abandoned all principles of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Nationalism was the soil in which Trotskyist and Bukharinist theories flourished. After the Second World War, this nationalist orientation had great influence in other communist parties in Central and Eastern Europe. After Stalin's death, great Russian nationalism developed in Moscow and, in backlash, nationalist chauvinism spread throughout Central and Eastern Europe. Let us examine the principles that are at the heart of this controversy. In 1923, Stalin had already formulated an essential aspect of proletarian internationalism in these terms: it should be borne in mind that besides the right of nations to self-determination there is also the right of the working class to consolidate its power. There are occasions when the right of self-determination conflicts with the other, the higher right - the right of a working class that has assumed power to consolidate its power. In such cases - this must be said bluntly - the right to self-determination cannot and must not serve as an obstacle to the exercise by the working class of its right to dictatorship. The former must give way to the former. Stalin, Marxism and the National and Colonial Question, London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1936, p. 168. Starting from the principle of proletarian internationalism, Stalin was a resolute adversary of all nationalism, starting with Great Russian nationalism. Still in 1923, he declared, "The principal force hindering the amalgamation of the republics into a single union is Great Russian chauvinism. It is not fortuitous, comrades, that the Smanovikists have recruited a large number of supporters from among the Soviet officials." 153. Smanovikism is the ideology of the new bourgeoisie, which is steadily growing and gradually joining forces with the kulaks and the bureaucratic intellectuals. The new bourgeoisie has created its own ideology, which declares that the Communist Party is bound to degenerate and the new bourgeoisie to consolidate itself. We Bolsheviks, it appears, will imperceptibly to ourselves move towards this threshold of a democratic republic and cross this threshold, and then, with the help of a Caesar, who is to rise either from the military or from the civil ranks, we are to find ourselves in the position of an ordinary bourgeois republic. 343. But in the world struggle between socialism and imperialism, Stalin also understood that bourgeois nationalism could be used as a powerful anti-socialist weapon. When a life-and-death struggle is being waged, and is spreading, between proletarian Russia and the imperialist Entente, only two alternatives confront the border regions: either they join forces with Russia, and then the toiling masses of the border regions will be emancipated from imperialist oppression. Or they join forces with the Entente, and then the yoke of imperialism is inevitable. There is no third solution. So-called independence of a so-called independent Georgia, Armenia, Poland, Finland, etc., is only an illusion, and conceals the utter dependence of these apologies for states on one group of imperialists or another. And the interests of the masses of the people render the demand for the secession of the border regions at the present stage of the revolution a profoundly counter-revolutionary one. 79–80. In the semi-feudal republics of the Soviet periphery, bourgeois nationalism constituted the main form of bourgeois ideology rotting inside the Bolshevik Party. It should be borne in mind that our communist organizations in the border districts, in the republics and regions, can develop and firmly establish themselves, can become genuine internationalist, Marxist cadres, only if they get rid of their nationalism. Nationalism is the chief ideological obstacle to the training of Marxist cadres, of a Marxist vanguard in the border regions and republics. In relation to these organizations, nationalism is playing the same part as Menshevism played in the past in relation to the party of the Bolsheviks. Only under cover of nationalism can various kinds of bourgeois, including Menshevik, influences penetrate into our organizations in the border regions. Our organizations in the republics can become Marxist cadres only if they are able to withstand the nationalist ideas which are pushing their way into our party in the border regions. Because the bourgeoisie is reviving, the new economic policy is spreading, nationalism is growing, because there are still survivals of great Russian chauvinism, which also tend to develop local nationalism, and because there is the influence of foreign states, which are fostering nationalism in every way. 178. The essence of the deviation towards local nationalism consists in the attempt to isolate oneself and shut oneself up within one's own national shell, in the attempt to hush up class differences within one's own nation, in the attempt to resist great Russian chauvinism by turning aside from the general current of socialist construction, in the attempt to shut one's eyes to that which brings together and unites the toiling masses of the nationalities of the USSR and to see only that which tends to estrange them. The deviation towards local nationalism reflects the dissatisfaction of the moribund classes of the formerly oppressed nations with the regime of the proletarian dictatorship, their endeavor to separate themselves off into their national state and there to establish their own class supremacy. 262-263. Stalin came back to the question of internationalism in 1930. He formulated a principle that became crystal clear during the Brezhnev era. What does a deviation towards nationalism mean? Irrespective of whether it is a deviation towards Great Russian nationalism or towards local nationalism. The deviation towards nationalism is the adaptation of the internationalist policy of the working class to the nationalist policy of the bourgeoisie. The deviation towards nationalism reflects the attempts of one's own national bourgeoisie to undermine the Soviet system and to restore capitalism. The source of these deviations is a common one. It is a departure from Leninist internationalism. The major danger is the deviation against which one has ceased to fight and has thus enabled to grow into a danger to the state. 267-268. Stalin against opportunism. We can now address the question, how was the revisionist Khrushchev able to immediately seize power after Stalin's death? Several aspects show that as early as 1951, Stalin was seriously worried about the party's state. Before then, from 1945 to 1950, he was forced to concentrate on reconstruction and on international problems. Bourgeois tendencies in the 30s. The most important bourgeois tendencies that Stalin had to fight during the 20s and 30s were Trotskyism, Menshevism covered up in ultra-leftist rhetoric, Bukharinism, social democratic deviations, Bonapartism, militarist tendencies within the army, and bourgeois nationalism. These four tendencies all continued to have influence in the years 1945 to 1953. Let us give two revealing examples. After the war, Abdurrahman Avtarkhanov, a young civil servant of Chechen origin working in the propaganda department of the Central Committee, fled the Soviet Union for the U.S. His ideological past shows the links between the various opportunistic tendencies of the 30s and those that surfaced after 1945. Politically, I was a follower of Bukharin. Alexander Uralov, Abdurrahman Avtarkhanov, OPCIT. p. 8. However, his book The Reign of Stalin is full of praise for Trotsky, the lion of the October Revolution, who should have, according to Lenin's political testament, run the party with Bukharin's help. 38-41. Trotsky was the friend of the Georgian nationalists. 79. Avtarkhanov continued by implying that Trotsky considered that an attempt in imposing proletarian socialism on the most backward agricultural country in Europe would likely degenerate into a despotic dictatorship by a handful of anarchic socialists. 169. Avtarkhanov was mostly a partisan of social democratic ideas. For him, the Bukharin school defended free competition between the socialist and capitalist sectors, socialized heavy industry, would gradually eliminate the capitalist section, through the free play of competition. One should be able to say to the cooperative peasants, enrich yourselves. The rural petite bourgeoisie, the kulaks, being unable to withstand the competition of the cooperatives, would gradually disappear. 123. Finally, after Khanov also defended bourgeois nationalist positions. Of all the federated republics, those of the Caucasus had always shown the greatest tendency towards separatism. When in 1921 the Soviet occupied these countries by force, the Democrats and the partisans of independence went underground. There were repeated nationalist revolts in the Caucasus. 144 to -145. So we see after Khanov expressing sympathy for the four main opportunist tendencies that menaced socialism during the 20s and 30s, Trotskyism, Bukharinism, bourgeois nationalism, and militarism. His positions in favor of this last tendency were presented in Chapter 7, page. After Khanov's positions during the war and during the period 1945 to -1950 are significant. Referring to the Nazi aggression, he wrote that what 90% of the population secretly thought and desired was the end of Stalin, even at the price of Hitler's victory. The war against the USSR, which the German soldiers had won in 1941, was lost for them by the SS. 158. Hitler, the tyrant, was nothing but the shadow of Stalin. 237. After having flirted for some time with Hitler, after Khanov, resolute anti-communist, finally fell into the hands of the Anglo-American imperialists. During the first 2 years of the war the peoples of the USSR went so far as to prefer Hitler to Stalin. They had a unique chance, rarely encountered in history, of playing the two opponents, German and Russian, against one another, and of winning the war without intervening with their own forces. The thing became possible on the day when Hitler turned his armies against the East. When Hitler and Stalin were at grips it would have been possible for the Allies to contrive matters that when the crowd got back from burying Hitler they would have to follow Stalin's funeral procession. 240. Well received in the U.S., after Khanov became an ardent partisan of U.S. hegemony, which he encouraged to fight against communist expansion. Faithful to Lenin's teaching, Stalin has staked everything on world revolution. The purpose of Stalinism is to set up a terrorist world dictatorship by a single party. 242. Everyone must today realize that the world is faced by a single alternative: Stalinism or democracy. In order to settle the question during his lifetime, Stalin has mobilized his fifth columns throughout the world. However, for after Khanov, U.S. countermeasures would render these plans obsolete. In the end there can be only one solution of the problem for Stalinism: war. 245. Our second example concerns Tokov's clandestine organization, linked during the 30s to the Bonapartists, the Bukharinists, and the bourgeois nationalists. It continued its activity after the war. In 1947, Tokov was in Germany, at Karlshorst. A comrade standing very high brought along microfilms with the last pieces of Tokov's personal dossier. Far too much was known. The hunt was uncomfortably close. And when the indictment was ready, there would figure in it deeds of as long ago as 1934. Tokov, OPCIT. Pages 354 to -355. The end of 1947 the revolutionary Democrats of the USSR came to the conclusion that they must act, better to die honorably than to drag on as slaves. We like to think that parties of a liberal complexion and those belonging to the Second International abroad would try to help us. We knew that there were national communists not only in Yugoslavia, but also in Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, and the Baltic states, and we believed that they too would support us where they could, though we were not communists at all. But the MVD, state security, won in the race. We were too slow to mobilize. Once again we suffered a catastrophe. Arrests had begun, and the charges ran all the way back to the assassination of Kirov in 1934. Others were charged with Bonapartist, conspiracies in 1937 and 1940, with bourgeois nationalism, with the proposed attempt to overthrow the regime in 1941. As the net closed in round us all, I was given the task of saving at least a part of our records. 358 to 359. After his flight to England, Tokov published a series of articles in the Western press. He admitted having sabotaged the development of Soviet aviation, and explained it as follows. To not try to refrain my compatriots in their insatiable ambition to dominate the world would mean to push them to the fate that Hitler reserved for the Germans. It is crucial for the West to understand that Stalin has only one goal, world domination by any means. La Libre Belgique, March 4, 1949, p1, March 6, 1949, p1. It is important to remember that after their flight to the West, after Konov and Tokov, two representatives of bourgeois tendencies in the Soviet Union, supported the most extreme positions of the Anglo-American bourgeoisie during the Cold War. Weaknesses in the struggle against opportunism. There is no doubt that Stalin continued, during the latter years of his life, to struggle against social democratic and bourgeois nationalist tendencies and against Anglo-American subversion. Nevertheless, it is clear that this struggle was not done to the extent that was necessary to redress and reinvigorate the party ideologically and politically. After the war, which had required extraordinary professional effort on the part of military, technical, and scientific cadres, the old tendencies of military professionalism and technocratism were substantially reinforced. Bureaucratization and the search for privileges and the easy life were also reinforced. This negative development was encouraged with the dizziness of success. The tremendous pride that the cadres had developed from the anti-fascist victory often became presumptuousness and arrogance. All these phenomena undermined the ideological and political vigilance that was necessary to fight the opportunist tendencies. Stalin struggled against particular forms of opportunism and revisionism. He thought that the class struggle in the ideological sphere would continue for a long time. But he was not capable of formulating a comprehensive theory of its basis and its social base. In other words, he was not able to formulate a consistent theory explaining how classes and the class struggle persist in a socialist society. Stalin had not completely understood that after the disappearance of the economic basis of capitalist and feudal exploitation, that there would still exist in the Soviet Union fertile ground for bourgeois currents. Bureaucracy, technocratism, social inequalities, and privileges allowed the development within certain sectors of Soviet society of bourgeois lifestyle and aspirations for the reintroduction of certain aspects of capitalism. The persistence of bourgeois ideology among both the masses and the cadres was an additional factor that encouraged entire sectors to veer towards anti-socialist positions. The adversaries of socialism always had important resources and ideological and material resources from imperialism, which never stopped infiltrating its spies and buying off renegades. The latter never stopped in their efforts to exploit and amplify all forms of opportunism within the Soviet Union. Stalin's thesis, according to which there is no class basis, there can be no class basis, for the domination of the bourgeois ideology in our Soviet society, was one-sided and undialectic. It introduced weaknesses and errors in the political line. G. Malenkov, Report to the 19th Party Congress on the Work of the Central Committee of the C.P.S.U. B. Moscow, Foreign Languages Publishing House, 1952, p. 126. Stalin was not able to define the adequate forms of mass mobilization of workers and Caucasians to combat the dangers of restoration. Popular democracy should have been developed, with the deliberate intention to eliminate bureaucracy, technocratism, ambitiousness, and privileges. But the popular participation in such a defense of the dictatorship of the proletariat was not ensured as it should have been done. Stalin always underscored that the influence of the bourgeoisie and of imperialism was reflected in the party through opportunist tendencies. but he was not able to formulate a theory about the struggle between the two lines in the party. In 1939, summarizing the Great Purge, Stalin focused exclusively on the espionage and conspiratorial activities of the Trotskyite and Bukharinite leaders and on the manner in which the bourgeois states take advantage of people's weaknesses, their vanity, their slackness of will. Stalin, Leninism, Selected Writings, Westport, Con, Greenwood Press, 1975, pages 468. 469. Stalin clearly underestimated the internal causes that gave birth to opportunist tendencies, which, once infiltrated by secret services, became linked one way or the other to imperialism. Consequently, Stalin did not think that it was necessary to mobilize all of the party members to combat opportunistic lines and to eliminate unhealthy tendencies. During the ideological and political struggles, all the cadres and members should have educated and transformed themselves. After 1945, the struggle against opportunism was restricted to the highest circles of the party and did not assist in the revolutionary transformation of the entire party. It was by analyzing these weaknesses that Mao Zedong formulated his theory about continuing the revolution. Socialist society covers a fairly long historical period. In the historical period of socialism, there are still classes, class contradictions, and class struggle. There is the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road, and there is the danger of capitalist restoration. We must recognize the protracted and complex nature of this struggle. We must heighten our vigilance. We must conduct socialist education. Otherwise a socialist country like ours will turn into its opposite and degenerate, and a capitalist restoration will take place. Mao Zedong and Lin Pao, Post-Revolutionary Writings, Garden City, N.Y., Anchor Books, 1972, p. 429. Beria's and Khrushchev's revisionist groups. This political weakness was further aggravated by revisionist tendencies within the leadership of the party that emerged at the end of the 40s. To direct the different sectors of the party and the state, Stalin had always relied on his closest collaborators. Since 1935, Zdanov had played an essential role in the party consolidation work. His death in 1948 left a vacuum. In the beginning of the 50s, Stalin's health took a dramatic turn for the worse after the overwork incurred during the war. The problem of Stalin's succession posed itself for the near future. It was around this time that two groups of revisionists within the leadership became visible and started to plot their intrigues, while preaching fidelity to Stalin. Beria's group and Khrushchev's constitute two rival revisionist factions that, while secretly undermining Stalin's work, were waging war with each other. Since Beria was shot by Khrushchev in 1953, soon after Stalin's death, it might be supposed that he was an adversary of Khrushchevian revisionism. This is the position that Bill Bland took in a well-documented study of Stalin's death. Bill Bland, The Doctor's Case and the Death of Stalin, London, The Stalin Society, October 1991, report. However, testimony from diametrically opposite sources concur in their affirmation that Beria held rightist positions. For example, the Zionist author Thaddeus Whitland published a biography of Beria in the nauseating style of McCarthyism. Here is an example: the dictator of Soviet Russia looked down at his peoples as if he were the merciless new god of millions of his people. Thaddeus Whitland, Commissar, The Life and Death of Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, New York, Macmillan, 1972, p. 354. Literally. But, presenting the ideas developed by Beria towards 1951, Whitland claimed that he wanted to authorize private enterprise in light industry and to moderate the collective farm system, as well as by returning to the approach of the pre-Stalin era, the NEP. Beria was against the Stalin policy of Russification of non-Russian nations and republics. Beria wanted better international relations with the West and also intended to restore relations with Tito. 363-365. This homage to Beria's reasonable politics stands out, coming from such a sickening anti-communist pen. Tokov, clandestine opponent, claimed that he knew Beria and others in the 30s, not of servants, but of enemies of the regime. Tokov, OPCIT. P7. Gardanashvili, one of Beria's close collaborators, had close relations with Tokov. 101. Khrushchev, for whom it would be in his interest to depict Beria as being close to Stalin, wrote. In the last years of Stalin's life, Beria used to express his disrespect for Stalin more and more baldly. Nikita Khrushchev, Khrushchev remembers, London, André Deutsch, 1971, p. 313. Stalin feared that he would be the first person Beria might choose. 311. It seemed sometimes that Stalin was afraid of Beria and would have been glad to get rid of him but didn't know how to do it. 250. We should not forget Molotov's opinion. He and Kaganovich were the only leaders to remain faithful to their revolutionary past. I cannot exclude the possibility that Beria provoked Stalin's death. I felt it through what he was saying. May Day 1953, on the tribune of the mausoleum, he made such allusions. He was looking for complicity. He said, I made him disappear. He tried to implicate me. I saved you all. Choeva, OPCIT. p. 327. I consider Khrushchev as right-wing, but Beria was even more right-wing. Both were right-wing. And Mikoyan too. But they had different personalities. Khrushchev was to the right and completely rotten, but Beria was even more to the right and even more rotten. 335. Without question, Khrushchev was reactionary and succeeded in infiltrating into the party. Of course, he believed in no form of communism. I consider Beria as an enemy. He infiltrated himself into the party with destructive goals. Beria was a man without principles. 323. During Stalin's last years, Khrushchev and Mikoyan clearly hid their political ideas to better place themselves after the succession. Khrushchev's disdain for Stalin shows up clearly in his memoirs. In my opinion, it was during the war that Stalin started to be quite right in the head. 311. At the end of 1949, asickness began to envelop Stalin's mind. 246. Enver Hoxha noted Khrushchev's impatience for Stalin to die. In his memoirs, he noted a discussion that he had had in 1956 with Mikoyan. Mikoyan himself told me that they, together with Khrushchev and their associates, had decided to carry out apokus heni, i.e., to make an attempt on Stalin's life, but later, as Mikoyan told us, they gave up this plan. Enver Hoxha, with Stalin, Memoirs, Toronto, Norman Bethune Institute, 1980, p. 31. Stalin against the future Khrushchevism. Did Stalin know of the intrigues that the revisionists around him were preparing? The main report presented by Malenkov to the 19th Congress in October 1952, along with Stalin's book Economic Problems of Socialism, published on the same occasion, showed that Stalin was convinced that a new struggle against opportunism and a new purge of the party had become necessary. Malenkov's report had Stalin's brand. It defended the revolutionary ideas that would be dismantled 4 years later by Khrushchev and Mikoyan. It virulently criticized a number of negative tendencies in the economy and in the life of the party, tendencies that would be imposed in 1956 by Khrushchevian revisionism. First, recalling the 1937–1938 purge, Malenkov noted. In the light of the war and its results, we perceive in all its magnitude the importance of that implacable struggle which over a period of many years our party waged against every brand of enemy of Marxism-Leninism the Trotskyite and Bukharinite degenerates, the capitulators and traitors who tried to deflect the party from the right path and to split its ranks. By demolishing the Trotskyite and Bukharinite underground, the party in good time destroyed all possibility of the appearance of a fifth column in the USSR, and prepared the country politically for active defense. It will be easily understood that if this had not been done in time, we should, during the war, have found ourselves under fire from the front and the rear, and might have lost the war. Malenkov, OPCIT. Pages 108 to -109. 4 years later, Khrushchev would deny that the Trotskyists and the Bukharinists had degenerated to the point of defending a social democratic and bourgeois platform, as he would deny that some among them had made contacts with hostile foreign forces. Khrushchev then invented the theory according to which socialism had definitely triumphed in 1936 and there was no longer a social basis for treason, nor for capitalist restoration. Here are the main declarations. The Soviet state was strengthened, the exploiting classes were already liquidated and socialist relations were rooted solidly in all phases of national economy. Khrushchev, Special Report, OPCIT. p. S17. Atheism in our country was fundamentally constructed, the exploiting classes were generally liquidated, the Soviet social structure had radically changed, the social basis for political movements and groups hostile to the party had violently contracted. S15. Khrushchev concluded that the purge was an arbitrary act that was in no way justified, thereby rehabilitating the political positions of the opportunists and the enemies of socialism. In his report to the XIXTH Congress, Malenkov underscored 4 major weaknesses of the party. It was precisely those weaknesses that Khrushchev would use 4 years later to achieve his revisionist coup. Malenkov underscored that many bureaucratized cadres refused criticism and control from their base, and were formalist and uncaring. Not in all party organizations, and nowhere by any means in full measure, have self-criticism, and especially criticism from below become the principal method of disclosing and overcoming our errors and shortcomings, our weaknesses and maladies. There are cases when people are persecuted and victimized for criticism. We still meet with responsible workers who never tire of professing their fidelity to the party, but who actually cannot tolerate criticism from below, stifle it, and revenge themselves on those who criticize them. We know of plenty of cases where a bureaucratic attitude towards criticism and self-criticism has killed initiative, and infected some of the organizations with the anti-party habits of bureaucrats, sworn enemies of the party. However, control by the masses over the activities of organizations and institutions is weakened, there, bureaucracy and degeneration, and even the corruption of individual sections of the party apparatus, invariably appear. Achievement has bred in the ranks of the party a tendency to self-satisfaction, to make a pretense of all being well, a spirit of smug complacency, a desire on the part of people to rest on their laurels and to live on the capital of their past services. Leaders, not infrequently turn meetings, gatherings of active members, plenary meetings and conferences into vainglorious displays, into occasions of self-laudation, with the result that errors and shortcomings in work, maladies and weaknesses are not brought to light and subjected to criticism. A spirit of negligence has penetrated our party organizations. Malenkov, OPCIT. Pages 113 to -116. This was a recurrent theme in Stalin's work of the 30s, appeals to the base so that it criticizes and controls the bureaucrats who are looking for the quiet life, who repress the active members, are uncaring and behave as enemies of communism. This text leaves one to wonder about the torrent of criticisms that Stalin wanted once again to raise against the revisionists. 4 years later, when Khrushchev denounced the insecurity, fear and despair that supposedly reigned under Stalin, he promised to the bureaucratic and opportunistic elements that he could now doze in tranquility. They would no longer be persecuted by the leftist criticisms from the base. Self-satisfaction and the tranquil life would be the principal characteristics of the revisionist bureaucracy that definitely took power under Khrushchev. Second, Malenkov denounced the communists who ignored party discipline and behaved as owners. A formal attitude to decisions of party and government, and passivity in carrying them out, is a vice that must be eradicated with the utmost ruthlessness. The party does not need inert and indifferent executives who prize their own comfort higher than the interests of the work, it needs men who will fight indefatigably and devotedly. There are quite a number of executives who forget that the enterprises to their charge are state enterprises, and try to turn them into their own private domain, where they can do anything they fancy. There are quite a number of executives who believe that party decisions and Soviet laws are not written for them. Anyone who attempts to conceal the truth from the party and to deceive the party cannot be allowed to remain in its ranks. 119-121. Those that Malenkov denounced in this passage would soon find Khrushchev to be their representative. Khrushchev became the spokesperson for the bureaucrats when he criticized the excessive replacement of cadres. Khrushchev, Central Committee Report, the documentary record of the 20th Communist Party Congress and its aftermath, New York, Frederick A. Prieger, p. 58. Malenkov's text allows us to better understand what was really going on in Khrushchev's diatribes against Stalin. Stalin had, he said, abandoned the method of ideological struggle, using the expression enemy of the people. Stalin systematically had recourse to repressions and terror. Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. pp. S14 S15. These phrases were designed to ensure the position of those who had been attacked in Malenkov's text, those who made state enterprises into their own personal fiefdoms, those who hid the truth from the party so that they could steal and redirect without punishment, those who blathered on with Marxist-Leninist phrases without the slightest intention of adhering to them. With Khrushchev, all those who aspired to become real bourgeois no longer had to fear the mass repressions and terror of the socialist power. Third, Malenkov attacked those cadres who formed clans not subject to any control and that enriched themselves illegally. Home officials themselves engage in filching collective farm property. These men convert to their own use common land, compel collective farm boards and chairmen to supply them with grain, meat, milk, and other produce at low prices, and even gratis. Malenkov, OPCIT. p. 76. Of our executives do not base their selection of personnel on political and business qualifications, but on considerations of kinship, friendship, and hometown ties. Owing to such distortions of the party line in the matter of selection and promotion of personnel, we get in some organizations close-coat rise who constitute themselves into a mutual insurance society and set their group interests higher than the interests of party and state. It is not surprising that such a state of affairs usually results in degeneration and corruption. 124. An unscrupulous and irresponsible attitude towards the carrying out of the directives of leading bodies is the most dangerous and vicious manifestation of bureaucracy. 122. The primary purpose of verification of fulfillment is to disclose shortcomings, to expose infringement of law, to help honest executives with advice, to punish the incorrigible. 125-126. Under Khrushchev, cadres would no longer be chosen for having the best political qualities. On the contrary, those would be purged for being Stalinist. Bourgeois circles would form around Beria, Khrushchev, Mikoyan, and Brezhnev, circles completely estranged from revolutionary, popular action, exactly as Malenkov described. Stalin would no longer be there to punish the unrepentant, but the unrepentant would now punish the real communists. Finally, Malenkov criticized the cadres that neglected their ideological work, allowing bourgeois tendencies to emerge once again and become the dominant ideologies. Many party organizations underrate the importance of ideological work, with the result that it falls short of the party's requirements, and in many organizations is in a state of neglect. If the influence of socialist ideology is weakened, the effect is to strengthen the influence of the bourgeois ideology. We still have vestiges of the bourgeois ideology, relics of the private property mentality and morality. These relics are very tenacious and may strengthen their hold, and a determined struggle must be waged against them. Nor are we guaranteed against the infiltration of alien views, ideas, and sentiments from outside, from the capitalist countries, or from inside, from the relics of groups hostile to the Soviet state. 126 to -127. Whoever relies upon formulas learned by rote, and has no feeling for the new, is incapable of understanding home and foreign affairs. 128. Some of our party organizations tend to devote all their attention to economic affairs and to forget ideological matters. Whenever attention to ideological questions is relaxed, a favorable soil is created for the revival of views and ideas hostile to us. If there are sectors of ideological work which for any reason fall out of the purview of party organizations, if there are sectors in which party leadership and influence have slackened, alien elements, the remnants of anti-Leninist groups smashed by the party, will try to get hold of these sectors. 127. Khrushchev would empty Leninism of its content, transforming it into a series of slogans with no revolutionary spirit. The resulting vacuum drew in all the old social democratic and bourgeois ideologies, that would be taken up by the youth. Furthermore, Khrushchev would falsify or simply eliminate the essential notions of Marxism-Leninism, anti-imperialist struggle, socialist revolution, dictatorship of the proletariat, continuing the class struggle, basic concepts of a Leninist party, etc. When he spoke of Marxist education, he proposed the opposite to Malenkov. It must be admitted that for many years our party cadres were insufficiently indoctrinated in the practical problems of economic construction. Khrushchev, Central Committee Report, OPCIT. p. 57. By rehabilitating opportunists and enemies who had been purged, Khrushchev allowed the resurrection of social democratic, bourgeois and Tsarist ideological currents. During the plenum that followed the 19th Congress, Stalin was even harsher in his criticisms of Mikoyan, Molotov, and Voroshilov. He almost openly clashed with Beria. All the leaders understood perfectly well that Stalin insisted upon a radical change of course. Khrushchev clearly understood the message and, like the others, made himself very scarce. Stalin evidently had plans to finish off the old members of the political bureau. He often stated that the political bureau members should be replaced by new ones. His proposal, after the 19th Congress, concerning the election of 25 persons to the Central Committee Presidium, was aimed at the removal of the old political bureau members and the bringing in of less experienced persons. We can assume that this was also a design for the future annihilation of the old political bureau members and, in this way, a cover for all shameful acts of Stalin. Khrushchev, Secret Report, OPCIT. p. s. 63. At the time, Stalin was an old man, tired and sick. He acted with caution. Having made the conclusion that the members of the Politburo were no longer trustworthy, he introduced more revolutionary-minded youth to the Presidium, in order to temper and test them. The revisionists and plotters like Khrushchev, Beria, and Mikoyan knew that they would soon lose their positions. Still, according to Khrushchev, Stalin is to have said to the members of the Politburo, after the doctor's plot in the end of 1952, "You are blind like young kittens, what will happen without me? The country will perish because you do not know how to recognize enemies." S49. Khrushchev put forward that statement as proof of Stalin's folly and paranoia. But history has shown that the comment was correct. Khrushchev's coup d'état. Beria's intrigues. Zdanov, Stalin's probable successor, died in August 1948. Even before his death, a woman doctor, Lydia Timashuk, accused Stalin's doctors of having applied an inappropriate treatment to accelerate his death. She would repeat these accusations later on. During the year 1949, almost all of Zdanov's entourage was arrested and executed. Kuznetsov, secretary of the Central Committee and Zdanov's right-hand man, Rodionov, Prime Minister of the Russian Republic, and Voznesensky, president of the Plan, were the main victims. They were among the most influential new cadres. Khrushchev claims that their elimination was due to Beria's intrigues. Stalin had criticized some of Voznesensky's theories, according to which the law of value should be used to determine the distribution of capital and labor among the different sectors. In that case, replied Stalin, capital and labor forces would migrate to light industry, which is more profitable, and hinder heavy industry. His sphere of operation of the law of value is severely restricted and strictly delimited in our economic system, by the law of planned, balanced, development of the national economy. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the U.S.S.R., the documentary record of the 19th Communist Party Congress and the reorganization after Stalin's death, New York, Frederick A. Praeger, p. 5. However, in his text, Stalin refuted these opportunist points of view without treating their authors as traitors. According to Khrushchev, Stalin intervened several times for Voznesensky's liberation and appointment as head of the state bank. Khrushchev remembers, OPCIT. p. 251. As for Timoshuk's accusations against Zhdanov's doctors, Stalin's daughter, Svetlana, recalled that her father, at first, did not believe the doctors were dishonest. S. Aliluyeva, p. 215, cited in Bland, OPCIT. p. 4. Abakumov, Minister of State Security, close to Beria, was then leading the inquiry. But in the end of 1951, Ignatieff, a party man with no experience in security, replaced Abakumov, who was arrested for lack of vigilance. Had Abakumov protected his boss, Beria? The inquiry was then led by Ryumin, the man formerly responsible for security in Stalin's personal secretariat. 9 doctors were arrested, accused of being connected with the International Jewish Bourgeois Nationalist Organization Joint, American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, established by American intelligence. Pravda, January 13, 1953, p. 4, cited in Bland, OPCIT. p. 18. This affair was understood as Stalin's first attack against Beria. The second attack took place simultaneously. In November 1951, leaders of the Communist Party of Georgia were arrested for redirecting public funds and for theft of state property and were accused of being bourgeois nationalist forces with links to Anglo-American imperialism. In the ensuing purge, more than half of the Central Committee members, known as Beria's men, lost their position. J. Tokoli, The Georgian Purges, 1951–1953, Caucasian Review, Volume 6, pages 55, 1958, cited in Bland, OPCIT. p. 11–13. The new First Secretary stated in his report that the purge was undertaken upon Comrade Stalin's personal instructions. A. Delays, Report to Congress of Georgian Communist Party, September 1952, cited in Bland, OPCIT. p. 24. Stalin's death. A few months before Stalin's death, the entire security system that protected him was dismantled. Alexander Proskrebichev, his personal secretary, who had assisted him since 1928 with remarkable efficiency, was fired and placed under house arrest. He had allegedly redirected secret documents. Lieutenant Colonel Nikolai Vilasik, chief of Stalin's personal security for the previous 25 years, was arrested on December 16, 1952 and died several weeks later in prison. P. Duryabin, Watchdogs of Terror, Russian Bodyguards from the Tsars to the Commissars, 1984, p. 321, cited in Bland, OPCIT. p. 24. Major General Petr Kosinkin, Vice Commander of the Kremlin Guard, responsible for Stalin's security, died of a heart attack on February 17, 1953. Duryabin wrote, "This process of stripping Stalin of all his personal security was a studied and very ably handled business." Duryabin, OPCIT. p. 209, cited in Bland, OPCIT. p. 27. Only Beria was capable of preparing such a plot. On March 1, at 2300 hours, Stalin's guards found him on the floor in his room, unconscious. They reached the members of the Politburo by telephone. Khrushchev claimed that he also arrived, and that each went back home. Duriabin, OPCIT. p. 300. No one called a doctor. 12 hours after his attack, Stalin received first aid. He died on March 5. Lewis and Whitehead write. Some historians see evidence of premeditated murder. Abdurrahman Afterkhanov sees the cause in Stalin's visible preparation of a purge to rival those of the 30s. J. Lewis and P. Whitehead, Stalin, A Time for Judgment, London, 1990, p. 279, cited in Bland, OPCIT. p. 34. Immediately after Stalin's death, a meeting of the Presidium was convened. Beria proposed that Malenkov be president of the Council of Ministers, and Malenkov proposed that Beria be named vice president and Minister of Internal Affairs and State Security. Khrushchev remembers, OPCIT. p. 324. During the following months, Beria dominated the political scene. We were going through a very dangerous period, wrote Khrushchev. 331. Once installed as head of security, Beria had Proskrebichev, Stalin's secretary, arrested, then Ryumin, who had led the inquiry into Zhdanov's suspicious death. Ignatieff, Ryumin's boss, was denounced for his role in the same affair. On April 3, the doctors accused of having killed Zhdanov were liberated. The Zionist author Witlin claimed that by rehabilitating the Jewish doctors, Beria wanted to denigrate Stalin's aggressive foreign policy against the West, the United States and Great Britain primarily. Witlin, OPCIT. p. 388. Still in April, Beria organized a counter-coup in his native region, Georgia. Once again he placed his men at the top of the party and the state. Dekhanizov, later shot along with Beria, became Minister of State Security, replacing Rukidze, arrested as enemy of the people. Bland, OPCIT. p. 46. Khrushchev's intrigues against Beria. Meanwhile, Khrushchev was plotting against Beria. He first acquired the support from Beria's protégé, Malenkov, then talked with the others, individually. The last to be contacted was Mikoyan, Beria's best friend. On June 24, the Presidium was convened so that Beria could be arrested. Mikoyan stated that Beria would take our criticisms to heart and reform himself. Khrushchev remembers, OPCIT. p. 337. On a pre-arranged signal, 11 marshals and generals, led by Zhukov, entered the room and arrested Beria, who would be shot along with his collaborators on December 23, 1953. On July 14, 1953, General Alexei Antonov and Major General Efimov organized a coup d'état in the Georgian Communist Party and pushed out Beria's men. Mzavanadze, former lieutenant general, became the party's prime minister. Bland, OPCIT. Pages 55 to 57. Ryumin was arrested by Beria on April 5, 1953. 15 months later, the Khrushchevites would condemn him for his role in the doctor's plot. On July 23, he was shot. But his boss Ignatieff, protected by Khrushchev, was named first secretary of the Bashkir Republic. 67 to 70. At the end of December 1954, Abakumov, former Minister of State Security, and his associates, were condemned to death for having fabricated, on Beria's orders, the Leningrad affair against Voznesensky and his friends. In September 1955, Nikolai Rukidze, responsible for security in Georgia, who had led the purge of Beria's men in 1951, was condemned and shot as Beria's accomplice. 73. So, from 1950 to 1955, different revisionist groups lashed out at each other with their fangs, taking advantage of the situation to eliminate Stalin's supporters. Their habilitated enemies. After Stalin's death, under Khrushchev, opportunists and enemies of Leninism, sent, justifiably, to Siberia under Stalin, were rehabilitated and placed in key positions. Khrushchev's son, Sergei, gives an example. During the 30s, Khrushchev and Mikoyan had been close to a man named Snegov, condemned in 1938, as an enemy of the people, to 25 years of prison. In 1956, Khrushchev brought him out of prison so that he could testify against the Stalinist crimes. But, Snegov proved to Khrushchev's son that the issue was not Stalin's mistakes or delusions, but that everything was the fruit of his criminal policy. The monstrous results had not appeared all of a sudden in the 30s. Their roots, Snegov said, went back to the October Revolution and the Civil War. Sergei Khrushchev, Khrushchev on Khrushchev, an inside account of the man and his era, Boston, Little, Brown and Company, 1990, p. 8. This individual, an open opponent of the October Revolution, was chosen by Khrushchev as Commissar of the Ministry of the Interior, where he was responsible for the rehabilitation of the victims of Stalinism. 13. Khrushchev also fished Solzhenitsyn out from a work camp. So, the revisionist leader who wanted to return to Leninism made an alliance with a Tsarist reactionary to combat Stalinism. The two scum got along perfectly. In a burst of warmth for his Marxist partner, Solzhenitsyn would later write, "It was impossible to foresee the sudden, thundering and furious attack that Khrushchev had reserved for Stalin during the 22nd Congress. I cannot remember in a long time having read something so interesting." Solzhenitsyn, L.E. Chain et Levo, cited in Bronco Lazich, L.E. Rapport Khrouchtchev et son Histoire, Paris, Editions du Seuil, 1976, p. 77. Khrushchev and the Pacific Counter-Revolution. After Beria's execution, Khrushchev became the most important figure in the Presidium. At the 20th Congress, in February 1956, he completely reversed the ideological and political line of the party. He noisily announced that Leninist democracy and collective leadership were re-established, but he more or less imposed his secret report about Stalin on the other members of the Presidium. According to Molotov, when Khrushchev read his report to the 20th Congress, I had already been maneuvered into a dead end. I have often been asked, why, during the 20th Congress, did you not speak out against Khrushchev? The party was not ready for that. By staying in the party, I hoped that we could partially redress the situation. Choeva, OPCIT. p. 350. The struggle between the two lines, between Marxism-Leninism and bourgeois tendencies, never ceased, right from October 25, 1917. With Khrushchev, the power relationship was reversed and opportunism, fought and repressed up to then, took over the leadership of the party. Revisionism took advantage of this position to liquidate, bit by bit, the Marxist-Leninist forces. Upon Stalin's death, there were 10 in the Presidium: Malenkov, Beria, Khrushchev, Mikoyan, Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov, Bulganin, Saburov, and Pervukhin. R.A. Medvedev and Z.H. A. Medvedev, OPCIT. p. 4. After Beria's elimination, Mikoyan stated in 1956 that in the Central Committee and its Presidium in the last 3 years, after a long interval, collective leadership has been established. A.I. Mikoyan, Discussion of Khrushchev-Moskatov Reports, 20th Communist Party Congress, OPCIT. p. 80. But the following year, Khrushchev and Mikoyan fired the rest, using the argument that the anti-party factionalist group wanted a return to the days, so painful for our party and country, when the reprehensible methods and actions spawned by the cult of the individual held sway. Kozlov, Report on the Party Statutes, the documentary record of the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, New York, Columbia University Press, 1962, p. 206. Eliminating the Marxist-Leninist majority in the Presidium was possible thanks to the army, particularly Zhukov, and regional secretaries who came to support Khrushchev when he was in the minority. Molotov's, Malenkov's, and Kaganovic's hesitations, lack of political acumen and conciliatory attitude caused their defeat. In international politics, Stalin's line from 1945 to 1953 was completely dismantled. Khrushchev capitulated to the world bourgeoisie. He addressed the party at the 20th Congress. He party, smashed obsolete ideas. We want to be friends with the United States. There are also substantial achievements in the building of socialism in Yugoslavia. He working class, has an opportunity to win a firm majority in parliament and to turn the parliament from an agency of bourgeois democracy into an instrument of genuinely popular will. Khrushchev, Central Committee Report, OPCIT. Pages 29, 35, 30, 38. Khrushchev began the dismantling of Stalin's work with all sorts of wonderful promises. Hearing them today, we can see that Khrushchev was simply a clown. According to Khrushchev, in the conditions of the cult of the individual, people who usurp power, escape from under the party's control. Khrushchev, concluding remarks 22nd Congress, OPCIT. p. 198. These sycophants and magicians obviously disappeared along with Stalin. And Khrushchev continued. In the current decade, 1961 to -1970, the Soviet Union, creating the material and technical base of communism, will surpass the strongest and richest capitalist country, the USA. Khrushchev, the Party Program, 22nd Congress, OPCIT. p. 15. 20 years after the beginning of communism promised by Khrushchev for 1970, the Soviet Union exploded under the blows of U.S. imperialism. Its republics are now controlled by mafiosi and rapacious capitalists, the people live in profound misery, unemployed, crime reigns supreme, nationalism and fascism have provoked horrible civil wars, there are tens of thousands dead and millions of refugees. As for Stalin, he also looked at the uncertain future. The conclusions of the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks' short course, whose writing he supervised in 1938, are worth re-examining, given recent events. They contain 6 fundamental lessons, drawn from the Bolshevik Party's experience. The fourth reads: Septics, opportunists, capitulators, and traitors cannot be tolerated on the directing staff of the working class. It cannot be regarded as an accident that the Trotskyists, Bukharinites and nationalist deviators, ended, by becoming agents of fascist espionage services. The easiest way to capture a fortress is from within. Commission of the Central Committee of the CPSU. B. Editor. History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks Short Course, Toronto, Francis White Publishers, 1939, p. 360. Stalin predicted correctly what would happen in the Soviet Union if a Gorbachev or a Yeltsin ever entered the Politburo. At the end of the 20th century, humanity has sort of returned to the start state, to the years 1900 to -1914, where the imperialist powers thought that they could run the world among themselves. In the years to come, as the criminal, barbaric, and inhuman character of imperialism shows itself more and more clearly, new generations who never knew Stalin will pay homage to him. They will follow the words of Mao Zedong who, on December 21, 1939, in the distant caves of that huge China, toasted Stalin's 60th birthday. Congratulating Stalin means supporting him and his cause, supporting the victory of socialism, and the way forward for mankind which he points out, it means supporting a dear friend. For the great majority of mankind today are suffering, and mankind can free itself from suffering only by the road pointed out by Stalin and with his help. Mao Zedong, Stalin, Friend of the Chinese People, Works, Volume 2, p. 335.